Hello and welcome back to my channel. For today's video, we are going to be taking a look at your relationship with your soulmate. If you want to, you can check out my previous video, which was all about your soulmate. I had intended it to be just like a light-hearted, kind of fun look at some of their traits, and it turned into like a deep dive into their psyche. So, I mean, that's okay. And if you want to check that out, I will include a link in the description of this video. And so if you want to, feel free to pause the video, pick whichever pile speaks to you, and let's get into today's reading. Hello Pile 1 and welcome to your reading. I am very excited about today's video because we're going to be taking a look at your relationship with your soulmate. And this first spread here is going to be specifically about your relationship, so that's about how the two of you are going to interact. And then we're going to take a look at what your soulmate loves about you, and that's going to be probably a little bit of an ego boost, and also because what somebody else thinks of us is also based on how we interact with them, so it's going to give us some additional clues as to exactly what your relationship is going to be like. And then in the final part of the reading, we are going to take a look at some clues as to how, when, where you might come into union with this person. So with that said, let's get into the cards here. So we are starting with the High Priestess, and right off the bat, that's telling me that this is a spiritual connection. And what I mean by that is, I think that your connection is going to be very fulfilling. There's going to be probably, a physical attraction, an emotional connection. I mean, it's a soulmate. However, there's also going to be a very strong spiritual connection. So it could be that the moment you meet this person, you just know. Your soul will recognize this person from either the soul contract from a past life. You might have shared past lives together. It's just, you're just gonna know. Like, that's the energy I'm getting from this High Priestess card being here. And I would also take it as a confirmation that this connection is being divinely guided, it's being divinely protected. The two of you are being guided towards each other. Like your spirit guides and angels are very invested in the two of you getting together. So if you have been trying to manifest this connection, I would also take this as extra confirmation that yes, the spirit world, the universe has heard you, and they're doing their best. Especially because we have the moon here. I think they're doing their best, maybe behind the scenes, putting stuff in order, getting things into alignment, making sure that the two of you are on a path to come together, come towards each other. So that's what I'm seeing with the High Priestess. It could also be that, one or the both of you are also very highly spiritual. It could be maybe you or they have psychic gifts. It could be that one or the both of you cultivates a spiritual practice. I mean, you are watching a tarot reading video, so there's a good chance that it's you, but it could be something that you share. That could be something that the two of you have in common, is an emphasis on spirituality, even if you might not call it that, or you might not be interested in like the same aspects of spirituality. I would say this is still, at the very least, like a highly spiritual connection. And then we have the Hermit card. And first of all, this card is, I'm just being drawn to like how cute I think it's a tortoise. It's like huddled in its little shell, and I just think it's really cute. So if you want to take that as a message from your soulmate and thinks you're very cute. Especially, we also have this lamb here on the Four of Swords, and I would say that probably the Hermit and the Four of Swords being here, I'm getting the message that this relationship feels like a safe haven. Like, maybe you haven't necessarily had the best luck with relationships. Maybe you've had some like really rough connections in the past, or you've dealt with a lot of people who, were not acting in good faith, or were just really kind of a difficult situation. I'm getting the sense that, first of all, you're gonna recognize that immediately that this is a soulmate. Like, your souls are going to recognize each other. You're just going to know on some level, and this person's going to feel very safe. And with these cards here, that's confirmation this person is very safe. You're going to feel safe with them, and you are going to be safe with them. I don't think that's something that you're going to have to worry about ever with this person. And there could be some, residual anxiety or maybe even trauma, like left over from previous relationships. However, I think that if there is any of that energy that you're bringing in towards the relationship, I think that this person is going to be able to help soothe your fears. And the Hermit card could also be saying, maybe one or both of you are more introverted, and so you get your energy from having downtime, like not spending time around a lot of people. It could be that the two of you are going to kind of hermit together at home and just want to, be the two of you kind of. Again, I'm getting like a really cozy energy from this tortoise here. It could be, you just want to kind of huddle under a blanket together and watch Netflix, and like, that could be something that, that if that's something that you want with this person, that could be something that you can absolutely have. Like that could be kind of like a big part of your relationship is maybe feeling safe and at home together, maybe literally at home, or if you identify more as an extrovert and you like get your energy from being around people and you want to be like out and doing things with other people, and that's like a very important part of your life. I would say that this is just saying, the turtle or the tortoise carries their home on their back, right? And so I would say this relationship, like when you're with your person, you're home. It doesn't matter where you are, who you're with, what you're doing. You can find a home with this person anywhere. And it's, as I said, like I just want to reiterate, it's always going to be safe with this person. I don't know if that's something that you need to hear. It's just something I'm feeling compelled to emphasize. And the Hermit card can also carry a message about guidance. Because traditionally in the traditional tarot deck, the Hermit has kind of climbed a mountain, and then they're holding up a lantern to guide the people who climb the mountain or climbing the mountain behind them, so they won't have to do it in the dark like the Hermit had to. It could be that I'm getting kind of two messages. Maybe the two of you might act as guides for other people. I don't know if that's the best way to put it. Because this is a more spiritually awakened connection. It could be that part of your relationship involves maybe volunteering in some way, or mentoring, or just providing guidance. Or it could be that the other interpretation I was getting was, it could be maybe that one of you, when you come together with this person, it could be that one of you is kind of further along the spiritual development path, is maybe done a lot of their own shadow work, and it could be that one of you is much further along the path and is guiding the other one, is helping to guide the other one in like a loving and supportive way. So just take that however it resonates. And then we have the Eight of Pentacles here. And I want to say I do have arachnophobia. Spiders really freak me out. However, I'm really loving the energy of this card, because the spiders are symbolically both symbolic of hard work, which is why I think it's on this card. They weave their webs. They're also symbolic of the divine energy of creation, or the energy of divine creation. Like weaving the universe. I don't know if I'm expressing this well, but there is a creative energy here, which I think is also why this is relevant to the Eight of Pentacles. I understand why they put a spider on this card. I think that this could be saying that, first of all, there's a message about commitment, because it's Pentacles and it's the Eight of Pentacles. And there's, the Eight of Pentacles talks about hard work, dedication, and commitment to building something, working on something. And so I would say that that's an energy that both of you are bringing to this connection. And I do want to say, I don't think this is going to be like a hard relationship. I'm not seeing in these cards that I think you're going to go through any kind of significant rough patch. Like, I'm not really seeing that here. I just think that both of you, when you come together, you're going to be both very willing to put the work in to overcome any obstacles that might come in the way or that might come up. And that's like a beautiful energy to be in. I think that you're going to, as I said, like, I think you're going to feel very connected on a soul deep level. This is going to be a very loving, safe, cozy, gentle connection. And both of you are very much willing to put the work in to make sure that you're both always kind of communicating, you're on the same page. Everybody is getting what they need out of the situation, out of the relationship. You know, you're both parties are having their needs met, physical needs, emotional needs, spiritual needs, whatever. I just see this as a very balanced energy. And also, this card is pretty symmetrical. You know, you have 4 pentacles on either side. The web is, as it's not perfectly symmetrical, but it is symmetrical. And there is kind of a beauty. I'm getting a message, there's a beauty in the fact that the web on this card is not perfectly symmetrical. It has like little asymmetrical sections. There's little imperfect lines and stuff like that. And it's still beautiful. It's still a beautiful thing that the spider has created. So I can just see the two of you working together to create a very strong, stable relationship. And there's another message with this card, especially because we also have the 5 of Wands here, that it could be that the two of you are like interested in taking classes together or building skills together, doing like fun hobbies together. I'm seeing things like, taking knitting classes, doing learning to play an instrument, doing a sport that you've never tried before. I'm seeing with the Hermit card, maybe, hiking or mountain climbing, or like, I don't know, something trendy, or like is axe throwing trendy? I don't know. I don't know what the kids these days are doing. But whatever you're interested in, if there's anything that you've always wanted to try, but you didn't want to do it alone, or if there, I just see this, the two of you are like, yeah, I want to take this, I want to take a cooking class, I want to do this, I want to do that. And I would see the both of like your interests being very aligned on that front, and both of you like coming in with an open-minded energy of like, yeah, sure, I want to try that. Yeah, sure, I would be happy to do that. And just having a lot of fun with it. And I am getting that kind of like fun energy reflected back with the 5 of Wands here. So I'm going to talk about now the 4 of Swords. And I'm being very drawn to the Lamb on this card, and the fact that it seems to have like a sun kind of glowing out from its third eye area, which is just another confirmation for me that I think the two of you are connected on a spiritual level. It could be that you might be able to sense this person before you meet them. It could be that you might be having dreams about this person. It could be that one or the both of you is like actively trying to kind of send energy to the other person, or it could be unconscious, like sharing energy that way. Just take that however it resonates. And it could also be confirmation, as I said with the High Priestess, that you're going to know. When you meet this person, you're going to know, and it's going to feel very safe, because the 4 of Swords is a card about like rest and recuperation and self-care, usually after a period of hardship or heartbreak. It's like after the 3 of Swords, which talks about hardship and heartbreak, we have the 4 of Swords, which is like, okay, that happened, and now I'm going to take a chance to rest and reprieve from the past. And so that's why I also mentioned there might be one or the both of you, I don't want to speak for you, but could be bringing in maybe some issues or anxieties related to past relationships or past heartbreaks, things that didn't work out. There could be family of origin issues, there could be abandonment issues, self-esteem issues, whatever it is. There might just be some residual stuff. And I think that this relationship is really going to help put those things to rest, really help work through that stuff. And I see there is that hardworking energy with the 8 of Pentacles, and get to a place where it's like this relationship feels like a reprieve. Like this relationship is self-care. It's like a version, like being with this person is just going to feel and be so healing for you. And that's regardless of whether you would say that you were bringing those energies into the relationship or if it's this other person, it is going to feel healing and restorative to be with this person. And I also want to point out the first thing that popped into my head when I saw the lamb on this card was your soulmate is going to be so gentle with you. If that's what you want and need, if you've had past connections where people didn't treat you kindly or were not gentle with you. And I don't even mean like physically. Like, if you, this isn't meant to be like an 18 plus reading, but if you want it to be a little more rough, a little more intense, for sure you would be on the same page with, like the soulmate would be on the same page with you. However, I'd see it maybe more in the sense that this person's going to be so gentle with your heart. They're going to just take the trust you placed in them and cherish that. That I just am really getting that this is such a safe person. And I don't mean that in like a boring or uninspiring or like not spontaneous. Like I'm not talking necessarily about like this is like a safe personality. It could be that interpretation. I'm saying your heart is safe with this person. That's really what I'm trying to communicate here. And especially because we do have heart chakra colors on this card. It's kind of like a blue going into a yellow that has some green in it. I would take that as just like extra confirmation. Your heart is going to be safe with this person, and it's going to help you if you do have some residual anxiety or issues about something that happened in your past. This is going to help you heal that stuff. And then we have the Five of Wands. And so I am getting the sense with this card, like this is like a safe haven kind of relationship. You're both in it, you're both committed to it. It's just going to feel so easy, so natural. You're going to be at home with this person no matter where you are, and it's going to be a lot of fun. That's what I'm getting with this Five of Wands. I think that, I mentioned with the Eight of Pentacles that maybe you're going to take classes and try new things. And that's being kind of echoed for me but with this Five of Wands being here, because Five of Wands kind of maybe has like a message of like kind of a competitive energy, but in a fun way. That could be a dynamic there. And it could be that that you play together in competitive sports, you enjoy challenging each other in like fun ways, like playing games together, or as I said, like playing sports together, trying new things, being adventurous together. It could be like, I'm going to race you to the top of that hill, or I'm going to beat you with the high score in this game, or it's just that kind of like fun competitive spirit that I think is really going to keep things spicy, if we put it that way. And as I said, I don't intend this to be an 18 plus reading. However, if you're into stuff that might fall under like the BDSM banner, like even just like lightly dabbling in it, I am getting some imagery here that might be related to that. I don't know if I want to necessarily point all of that out. I just want to say we have a candle here, we have the spider, looks like it could be tied up, and then we have some swords, we have some wands. So you could, if you know what I'm talking about, you could probably put that together. So if that's something that you're interested in, that might be something that this person is also interested in. If you have absolutely no interest in that and that's not your thing, I wouldn't worry about it. As I said, this person, this soulmate of yours, is very safe. And they would know, like this, first of all, you're going to be on the same page. You have the High Priestess here. This is a highly spiritual connection. You're very compatible. And this, with the cards here and the energy I'm picking up, this soulmate would never, ever do anything that you were not comfortable with. I'm just kidding. Like, consent is super important to this person. So just want to throw that out there in case that was something that is helpful for you to hear. And then I am going to move on to your oracle cards. So we have conclusions are within reach with the full moon eclipse, and we have balanced spirituality and practicality with the full moon in Pisces. And so right off the bat, I'm noticing that we have 2 full moons. And so the first message that I'm getting with that is this is just going to be a very fulfilling relationship. They're full moons. They're full of love, full of emotion, like just having a full heart. That's the, like, very fulfilling. That's the message that I'm getting from that. And then the fact that we have conclusions are within reach is telling me that this relationship might be closer than you think. And this might be reassurance from your spirit guides that you're working on yourself, you're doing the things that you need to do, and that's helping bring you into alignment with this soulmate and helping bring the 2 of you together. And I'm being drawn to the connection with the moon on the High Priestess card, that, you know, your spirit guides are working behind the scenes to make sure that the 2 of you are going to come together. So this might also just be reassurance that you're on the right path. You know, you're doing everything you need to do. They're doing whatever they need to do, and your spirit guides are working to bring the 2 of you together. And it could be happening. You know, it's important to have faith that it's happening, because it could be that it's going to happen sooner than you think. That's kind of the message that I'm getting here. You know, the moon has her secrets, so we can't know all the details right now. However, it's within reach. Then we have the full moon in Pisces. So this could be that either you or this person is a Pisces. And, you know, speaking about other zodiac signs here, we have some earth energy, we have some air energy, we have some fire energy, and then we also have Virgo associated with the Hermit, which is again earth energy, and then we have Damsel, which is not, you know, these archetype cards aren't usually associated with specific signs, but some of them have imagery that I might associate, and I would probably see the Damsel as also being connected to Virgo. So that could be either your sign or their sign, could just be a prominent energy in one or both of your charts, and the same with Pisces. And what I'm seeing with this card, the way I just love the cards in these decks, in this deck, and I just love the fish on this card, because it's, first of all, we have the word balance, and these 2 fish look like they're swimming together in perfect harmony. And so I'm getting the sense that, as I saw with the 8 of Pentacles card, this is like a very balanced relationship. The 2 of you are bringing equal energy into this connection. You're going to be on equal ground. It's not that one of you is of a different status in any sense than the other. Like it, and you know, even if there were significant differences in some way, it would still all be superficial, because this is a spiritual connection. This is a soul deep connection, and both of your souls are coming together in an equal interplay of energies here. That's what I'm seeing with this card. And we have balanced spirituality, which I'm seeing with the High Priestess, with practicality, which I'm seeing with the 8 of Pentacles. I think that there's a really, really strong mix here of spiritual connection and spiritual practice, and being willing to do shadow work and to explore those parts of ourselves and our connection to the spiritual realm, and also to be willing to do kind of the work of the relationship on a practical level, like in a real world sense, you know, being willing to have open and honest conversations with each other and figure out what's working for the relationship, figure out if anything needs to be changed or adjusted. I just see like a really strong balance of those 2 energies, and it's really going to work out really well. And that's why I'm saying, like, I really think this is going to be just like a really easy connection, and not because you're never going to face obstacles, but because if you do face an obstacle, you're both in the same energy of like, okay, this is just an obstacle, so how do we get around it? Like, how can we work together to build our web so that we can overcome whatever this is? And that's great. That's beautiful. I'm very happy to see that energy, because I with the 4 of Swords, I'm getting the sense that, you know, that might not be something you've ever experienced before. And this is going to be that relationship for you. This is why this person is your soulmate. And then I'm going to address the Archetype card, which is the Damsel card. And this is not saying that you or your soulmate are a damsel in distress. In fact, when it comes out with the light attributes, this is actually saying kind of the opposite thing. Like, not that there's anything wrong with being a damsel, or not that there's anything wrong with needing help. What this is saying is, understanding the nature of healthy romance inspires you to rely on yourself. So what this is saying is, we can be a damsel and we can also be our own knight in shining armor. We can be like, we all have both sides of that, you know? And so I think that this is a very balanced, equal relationship, because neither one of you expects the other person to come in and save them. You know, you're the Eight of Pentacles, you're both putting the work in so that you can meet each other halfway. And you have like the understanding the nature of healthy romance. That's the healthy romance part. You know, you're building something together instead of expecting somebody to ride in and fix all your problems. You know, you're able to rely on each other and offer each other emotional support, so that you can do the work to overcome the obstacle. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. There is that energy of, once you can learn how to be your own knight in shining armor, and if you've already learned how to do that, then your conclusions are within reach, because, you know, you're reaching the end of the cycle. That might have been what you needed to learn in a previous relationship or a previous cycle, is how to rely on yourself, how to be able to show up for yourself, and to show up for your own inner damsel. And that's going to help bring the two of you together, because it's a healthy energy to be in. It's very healthy, and it's a healthy energy to bring to a relationship. You know, neither one of us is the damsel. Neither one of us is the white knight for each other. You know, we're being those things for ourselves, and we're able to come together, be a safe space for each other, a safe haven for each other, and be willing to work together to achieve the things that we want in our relationship and in life. So there's a very healthy, very beautiful relationship on a soul deep level. And I'm excited to see this for you, Pile 1. So I am going to move into the next part of the reading, which is going to be some of the things that your soulmate loves about you. Okay, Pile 1, so here we have some information on what your soulmate loves about you. And I'm very excited. I am just really getting this beautiful energy of just, I think your soulmate sees you as like a ray of sunshine. Like you just bring so much joy and light into their life. And I'm just feeling like, I feel like I'm seeing you through your soulmate's eyes, and it's like I'm kind of falling a little bit in love with you, you know? It's just such a beautiful energy. So I'm going to start up top with the Chakra Wisdom cards. So we have Perception, Workaholic, and Passion. And I want to say the Perception card and the Passion card kind of carry a similar message for me. The Perception card is connected with the Heart Chakra, and it carries a message about being true to ourselves and following our heart. And part of that is being able to perceive, like, this perception, and it's connected to the Heart Chakra. So it's about understanding and accepting the parts of ourselves that we can't see, and that can include maybe things that other people love about us. Like, what I'm getting, I don't think I explained that well at all. So I'm getting the sense that this card is related to you recognizing what your heart wants and being willing to go after it. And it could have been in a situation where you had to go through some sort of a transformation, or maybe a period of deep healing to get to that place where you were kind of willing to maybe accept what your heart really wants. Because there are butterflies on this card. I know it's hard to see the cards. I'm sorry. My filming setup it just kind of is what it is. I'm doing my best. But there are butterflies on this card. And so it could have been that you had to go through like a significant transformation to get to a place where you were willing and able to start following your heart. And that's kind of a similar message to the Passion card, which is connected to the sacral chakra, which is about our emotions and our creativity. And I'm getting that emotion creativity connection also confirmed with this Artist card and the Daughter of Cups. And the Passion card talks about a princess who spends all her time like volunteering and giving back to the townspeople, and doesn't see herself as being at a different level from them, like sees everybody kind of being at the same level, everybody's worthy of the same love and respect, and by doing that she's kind of rejected by the royal family, but the townspeople end up electing her as their leader because they love her. So that's kind of a similar message of following your passion despite what other people think. And that things are going to, by doing that, you're coming into alignment with the universe, right? With your soul's purpose. And when we do that, we end up manifesting the things that we want and need in life because we're in alignment with the divine plan, if that makes sense. So I think if we're talking about these two cards in relation to what your soulmate loves about you, they love that you're following your heart, you're following your passion, you're willing to invest in the things that you love doing and that offer you fulfillment, regardless of what anybody else thinks about it. And that might have been a hard place for you to get to. That could have been something that you might have struggled with in the past to really embrace your life's path. And there is a lot of imagery in these cards about being creative. Because arts and crafts, the people on the workaholic card are even, they're painting on a canvas. We have the Artist card. And as I said, there's a connection to creativity with the Page of Cups. Like creative expression, poetry, writing, the princess on the Passion cards reading a book. There's a connection to some sort of creativity here. And that could have been something that you might have decided to pursue, or even just like a hobby that you've decided to pursue that you are very passionate about, that might not have been something that was accepted by other people in your life. So only take that if it resonates. We do have the workaholic card, and this could be saying that, I don't think that this is saying that, your soulmate loves that you're a workaholic. I think it's saying that they love your work ethic, because I am, we did have the Eight of Pentacles in the previous part about your relationship with this person. I think that your work ethic is something that your soulmate really admires, because that's something that you're bringing into the relationship, is your determination and commitment to see things through and to work things out and to face any kind of obstacles. It's a challenge, and we're going to get through it. Nothing is insurmountable. And then there's an additional message with this card that of somebody who works hard and plays hard, because the card talks about somebody who has embraced work-life balance and has learned how to incorporate and make time for the fun things in life in addition to working hard towards what they want. It's somebody who has achieved that kind of work hard, play hard balance. And I would see that being reflected in the fact that we had the Eight of Pentacles in the last part of the reading. We also have the Knight of Swords here, a very determined energy, and then we also have the Two of Wands and the King of Wands, and that's very fun-loving, adventurous kind of energy. So that's definitely something that this soulmate loves about you. And now I'm going to talk about the Artist card, and this card says, expressing a dimension of life that is just beyond the five senses, inspiring others to see life symbolically. So even though we do have a lot of like creative artist type energy here that could be connected to something that the two of you are going to do together in your relationship, that you could be taking art lessons together, or could be like a hobby that the two of you develop together. It could also be that you have absolutely no interest in art. You've never been an artist, you're not creative, and that's totally fine. This card could also just be talking about, how do I put this? Having an artist's soul, like having a romantic kind of soul, could be, because we have the Page of Cups or the Daughter of Cups at the bottom here, and that's a very romantic energy. That's somebody who is like a hopeless romantic, somebody who might like poetry, somebody who might like grand romantic gestures and expressing themselves creatively. There could be a connection there. That wasn't where I was originally going to go with what I'm saying. I got sidetracked. So it could be talking about something that's not literally art. If art is not your thing and you have no interest in it, it could be saying, since we're talking about a dimension of life that is just beyond the five senses, and in the previous reading we had the High Priestess, and then we had that kind of open third eye on the Four of Swords card, could be talking about your connection to your spirituality, which is, a sense that's outside of the five senses, and inspiring others to see life symbolically. So that could be something that you share with other people. I was kind of seeing that with the Hermit card, and there's a connection to volunteering with the Passion card. That could be something that that you enjoy, that you are passionate about, and you enjoy sharing with other people, and that could be what this card is talking about. Maybe embracing your own spirituality and sharing that with other people. And there's a connection also with the Perception card about being able to perceive things that we cannot see, that we cannot maybe perceive with our five senses, and we might not empirically know whether or not it's really there, and we know it on a soul level, we know it in our heart. So that's what I'm seeing with the Artist card. And if you are artistic and do want to pursue that, then that's absolutely something that I think your soulmate would love to do with you. And I think if they admire your artistic ability, or even just your creativity, even if maybe you're not at like a high technical level, but maybe it's just you have like a creative passion that they really enjoy, that's something that they really admire about you. So I'm going to address the Saboteur card because I was a little confused when this card came out. And then I was thinking, this actually makes a lot of sense because in the previous part of the reading, we did have, I was getting that message that this relationship with a soulmate is like a safe place for you, the way that you might have not have had in previous relationships. It could be you've had a lot of saboteurs in your life, people who didn't have your best interest in heart, people who are just acting selfishly or just weren't thinking about you or had negative intentions. Maybe you just had toxic people in your life, and that might have been something that you had to overcome, was those relationships and connections and the influence that they had over your life. And if that is something you've had to deal with, I would say that the fact that you have managed to overcome that, and that you're standing in your own power here with the Strength card and the King of Wands, and you've worked hard on getting to a place where you're not going to allow that kind of energy in your life anymore, and you're not going to internalize that and allow it to impact your self-esteem in any way. And that's something, if this is something that you've managed to do, then this is something that your soulmate absolutely is in awe of. Like, that's so admirable. It takes such courage and strength to be able to do that and to come out of it on the other side as a Page of Cups, because that means that you didn't let whatever happened turn you bitter. You're still the princess, regardless of gender. You're still the princess who's happily reading a storybook to a humble peasant. You're still following your passion, you're following your heart. You did not let it dim your light or sap your strength. Or even if you did for a little while, you're out of that now. You're not letting that affect you anymore. And that's amazing. And there's another way that I could interpret this card if that interpretation does not ring true for you. It could be maybe you've struggled, and it could be both, to be honest, but there could be another interpretation where this could be talking about maybe self-sabotage, because it does say on the card, highlights your fear of self-empowerment and the changes it would bring to your life. And if you were somebody who, maybe because of people in your life who had bad intentions and didn't treat you well, who might have struggled with low self-esteem, if you might have if you did struggle with low self-esteem at some point in your life, that might have led to self-destructive or self-sabotaging behavior, because it could have been that you had a fear of self-empowerment. You might have had like a fear of success. Like, it might have been that part of you felt you didn't deserve to succeed or stand in your power or follow your heart or follow your passion. Or it could have been that you felt like you had to be like working all the time, you couldn't have fun. It could have been that you didn't allow yourself to be creative or explore that part of yourself. Whatever it was, like however that resonates for you, I'm seeing that when you're in a relationship with this person, you have absolutely overcome that part of yourself. You've healed that part of yourself, or you are very much on your way to having healed that part of yourself. You're not bringing that energy into the relationship, specifically because of your tarot cards on the bottom here and all the messages I'm getting about being authentic, speaking your truth, standing up for yourself, standing in your power. Getting a lot of that from all the other cards here are telling me that the saboteur energy is part of your past. And that's something that your soulmate admires, the fact that you've overcome that. And that and again, I'm going to say, you haven't let it shut you down or make you bitter. And it could be that, as I was seeing kind of in the first part of the reading, you might still be bringing some anxieties into this relationship. However, the relationship with your soulmate is going to be so healing on a soul deep level that those anxieties are going to melt away. And you are just going to know that you will not have to worry about this saboteur card again. And especially not with the soulmate. So I wanted to say all of that. And then for your Starseed card, we have Whale and Orca Elders. Share your song, frequency of sound, diving deep. And I want to say, just like off the top, you might be somebody who loves whales and orcas. You might be somebody who loves the ocean and marine life. You could be somebody who wanted to be a marine biologist when they grew up. I know I went through a period of time where I thought I wanted to be a marine biologist, or you could be a marine biologist, or you could be very interested in like ocean conservation and protecting marine life such as whales. So if that applies to you, that, this could be just something that this soulmate loves about you, that you are caring and compassionate in that way. I am getting an animal lover kind of vibe here. There's lots of animals. I mean, it is the Wild Unknown deck, so there's lots of animals in this deck, and a lot of them have come out for you. We have a lot of animals in this spread, and in the previous section about your relationship, there are a lot of animals there too. So this could be a confirmation that if you are an animal lover, that's something that you have in common with your soulmate, and they love animals too, and they love that you love animals, and they just love that you have kind of a big caring heart like that. And this card also carries the message of share your song. So it's, I would say, connected to the throat chakra, which also the workaholic card's also associated with the throat chakra. There's a message to not only embrace your authentic self, which I was also seeing reflected in, the perception and the passion cards there. It's embracing who you truly are. It's also about sharing your song, expressing who you are. And I'm seeing that reflected in all these creative, artistic messages here. And again, it doesn't necessarily need to be related to literally like painting on an easel. It's however that would apply to you. This is what this card is talking about. It's expressing who you truly are on a soul deep level. That's something that your soulmate loves about you, is your willingness to just be your authentic self and to share that with other people. And I just got another download. Whales, I'm not sure if this is something my spirit guides are just telling me, or if this is something that's actually true. They're giving me the word wisdom in my head. It's like whales is like a symbol of wisdom. I thought owls we do have an owl here with the Son of Swords card. But there's just kind of like owls being kind of like whales being the kind of like slow moving, gentle giants of the sea who carry like a cosmic wisdom. Does that make sense? Kind of like a cosmic whale floating through the astral plane. Maybe it's connected to the perception card. Maybe that's what I'm picking up on. there's maybe, and your spirituality, like your spiritual connection. There's just some sense of like a deep inner wisdom that I'm picking up here with this Whale and Orca Elders card. So anyway, take that however it resonates. And then we have the Daughter of Cups, which is the Page of Cups, which I was talking about. I'm getting, that confirmation of the creative energy. The Page of Cups is also somebody who is kind of like a hopeless romantic, and really believes in the idea of true love, soul connections. Whether you want to admit this to yourself or, you are watching a soulmate reading, just that maybe somebody who has like a deep desire to have like a really romantic connection and enjoys the romantic parts of a connection. And this card can also, as I said, talk about like creativity, artistic expression, poetry, storytelling, and the page is a messenger, like the knight. The pages and knights are messengers, and so it could be that maybe you send a lot of texts, maybe you're a good texter, or you prefer talking on the phone, and maybe just this person loves the way that you communicate, or the way that you communicate your feelings, and the way that you communicate your love. Maybe you express yourself in maybe a flirty way, or maybe you're going to be the one who might initiate the romantic connection here, because the Page of Cups is somebody who, like, as I said, is I'm actually not sure whether I said this or not. They do have a bit more of a passive energy, so there is kind of a connection with this card of somebody who is a little bit more innocent, a little bit more, I don't want to use the word naive, but maybe a little bit more like that. But maybe more in just like a romantic way. Maybe somebody who's shy, introverted, bashful, might love being flirted with, but might be a little bit shy about flirting. However, there is a contradiction here sometimes because it is a messenger card. So it could be that maybe, the other cards here are not necessarily confirming this message, but it might ring true for some of you. Maybe you are shy about flirting in real life, and you're much more confident about flirting over text or over the phone. So just take that if it resonates. That could be something that I would say, if that is true for you, your soulmate thinks that's adorable, and just absolutely loves that about you. Either way, it's just, and this card also represents like the kind of the butterflies in the stomach, super fun and exciting, very romantic initial stages of falling in love with someone. And this is something that your soulmate loves about you. And so I'm getting the sense that this is the kind of relationship, I'm getting full body chills. This is the kind of relationship where you're excited every single day to wake up next to this person. You're just so excited to have this person as your partner. Like the very act of, and I'm seeing that reflected in the Hermit card with carrying your home wherever you go. Like you just being, it's just like being in the same room with this person just sets the butterflies in your stomach on like a light. Like it's just, I can't even think of the words to describe that feeling. This is how your soulmate feels about you, like every day. And it's just so sweet. I just want to kind of melt into a little ball. I'm feeling very, very verklempt. Like, anyway, so then we have the Strength card. And I want to say with the Strength card and then the Two of Wands and the King of Wands, you could be a fire sign, particularly a Leo, or you could have a lot of fire energy in your chart, or this could just be, the part of your personality that this person loves. And so the Strength card carries a particular message. And, whenever this card comes up in terms of like a person's personality traits, there might be an additional message that, about physical strength. But the Strength card is not in itself usually talking about physical strength. In fact, it carries kind of an opposite message of not needing to use your physical strength because you're standing in your emotional and spiritual strength. You are confident about your ability to overcome any situation and to do it with kindness and love and compassion and empathy, and to be gentle. You know, you don't need to be forceful. You don't need to be controlling to make things happen. You know your worth. You know your power. You know that sun is shining right down on you. And you just have you can, because of that, you can draw on your inner strength and use that if you need to overcome any obstacles. And so I am seeing a connection here between the Strength card and the King of Wands. And I'll get into that. I think there's also, so I mean, this would be saying, your soulmate, what they love about you is your romantic soul, the way you express yourself creatively, your willingness to have an open heart, the way you approach your relationship with them, and the fact that you are standing in your strength. You have tremendous inner strength, and you don't need to throw your weight around or prove yourself to anybody. You just kind of have that quiet confidence of the lion, of like I'm a lion, I don't need to prove myself to anybody. I know who I am, and I can just kind of take that and be kind and generous and benevolent with people, because I don't need to force anything or prove myself in any way, if that makes sense. And then I with this card, there is a romantic message with this card sometimes, just because this lion has a rose in their mouth. So that could, if this applies to you and you are resonating with the romantic energy of the Daughter of Cups, it could be another confirmation that your soulmate loves your romantic side. It could be that you bring this person flowers, or that's something that maybe if they do that for you, they love how much you appreciate it. And it could also be saying, because there is a garden on the perception card, it could be saying that you love flowers, or you love plants or gardening, and that could be something that's important to you, especially if you resonated with the message of being an animal lover and being into things such as conservation. You might be very interested in environmental conservation, and if so, that's something that this person loves and admires about you. Then we have the Son of Swords, and so I am getting kind of a lot of fiery energies. We have the Strength, and then the Two of Wands, and then the King of Wands. However, we also have the Son of Swords. So if you are a fire sign, obviously there's a connection with Leo here. There could also be a connection with Aries, because the Son of Swords is the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is a very action-oriented card. So it could be connected to the cardinal energy of the Aries, if that applies to you. So the Knight of Swords is somebody who is very focused and very just an unstoppable force. Once you set your mind to something, you're in that workaholic energy, you're gonna get it done, and there's also a message about communication with this sign, because it's a swords card. So it could be that you're a very clear communicator, and there's a connection with intelligence too. And so I think that this card is saying the things that you're passionate about, you can speak so intelligently and so knowledgeably about it. And I think that's something, that's one aspect of this card that your soulmate absolutely loves. I think you can have a really long, passionate, intelligent, stimulating conversation about the things that you love, that you're interested in, that, whether it's a hobby or your job or both, just anything that really stimulates you. It's fun and exciting and gratifying to talk to you about those things. And so I think there's a message here that your soulmate loves having conversations with you. Just I would see the flow of conversation happening very easily. You can just talk and talk. That's kind of a message, when it's about something that you love, you can just talk and talk and talk. And I think that that's something that if that applies to you, that this is something that your soulmate really loves about you. The fact that you can be so focused on something and so into something and really put your energy towards something like that is something that your soulmate really admires. Again, I feel like I'm not communicating clearly. that's kind of, I'm getting kind of that laser focused kind of energy here. Something that I don't want to forget to mention is there's that kind of unstoppable, determined, kind of passionate energy that I'm seeing also reflected in the Eight of Pentacles in the last part of the reading and in the Workaholic card, which I think I did mention, but I just want to reiterate that like you are, like, you know what you want, you know who you are, you've embraced who you are, you're sharing that with other people, and you're like dead set on going after what you want. That's the energy I'm picking up from the owl on this card. Like, their eyes are forward, they're flying forward, they have their eyes on the prize, and they're going after it, you know, with that passion. It's like a passionate energy. And that's, again, something that your soulmate really admires about you. And then we have the Two of Wands. And before I get into the meaning of this card, I was picking up an intuitive message of you and your soulmate each holding one of these wands. And because they're kind of pointed in towards each other, I was seeing it as maybe like having like a mock sword fight, or maybe you're into LARPing, or maybe like having a fight with lightsabers or something like that. I was getting that kind of like a fun kind of sword fight kind of energy, which I would see being reflected in that Five of Wands that we had in the last part of the reading. And it could also be related to the meaning of this card, because the Two of Wands talking about wanting to get out there and explore the potential of different avenues, different activities. There's, you know, and I was picking that up in the first part of the reading of wanting to go out and try new things. And really like be adventurous, and it could be a message about, I'm sorry if you can hear my cat eating in the background, a message about traveling specifically. Maybe that's something that you are passionate about, or you're interested in exploring. And it could also just be talking about, you know, like just wanting to try new activities. And that could be something that you have in common, or that could just be something that is related to your personality. And even if you don't necessarily identify right now as somebody who's interested in that, when you're in a relationship with this person, I think it like, even if that's not something that you're doing right now, I would see that as something that is going to develop while the two of you are together. Because as I said, it just seems like this person is such a safe haven and a home. Like, you just feel safe when you're with this person. And so if you do identify as more of like an introverted energy, I think no matter where the two of you are and whatever you're doing, whatever you're trying, like, you're going to want to get out and try new things, because it's not going to feel as overwhelming. Or social anxiety, that's something else. Like, if you have social anxiety, it's not going to feel as overwhelming or anxiety producing because you're with them. If that makes sense, if that resonates for you. It could be that you're very, very fun-loving and adventurous and extroverted, and you love doing all that stuff. And if that's like an innate part of your personality, that's absolutely something that this soulmate loves about you. They love that you're always, and you know, we were getting that with the Five of Wands in the last part of the reading, a very like kind of like fun-loving, competitive spirit here. You know, that I think there's a lot of like playful teasing, and you know, all done in a very lighthearted, kind of like friendly way. So just a very fun energy, and I love it. And then we have the King of Wands, and so that really kind of echoes for me a lot of the things that I was seeing. Like, even in the last three cards with the Strength, the Knight of Swords, the Two of Wands, there's just a lot of kind of repeated energy here. You're standing in your power. You've embraced your crown as you are the king, again, regardless of gender. You're somebody who is fun-loving, generous, optimistic. You always show up for your friends. And somebody who's just very non-judgmental, accepting of other people. Definitely kind of reflecting that energy of, I know who I am, I've embraced who I am, I'm following my heart, I'm happy to go on adventures, I love spending time with people, I take my responsibilities very seriously, I am a king, and I also take, my fun-loving side very seriously as well, because that's a big part of life. And there's a connection here. I mean, it's a Wands card, but there's a connection here also with that Five of Wands energy. A bit of a competitive spirit. So again, even if that might not sound like you right now, you're going to be in that energy when you're with your person, with your soulmate. They might, well, again, if you don't resonate as this already, they might bring out those sides of you. And if you do resonate as this, absolutely, this is, like, I think I mean, I don't know if this is obvious or not, but you're your soulmate's dream person. Like, they're just so in awe of you, so in love with you. They love going on adventures with you. And as I mentioned when I started at the first tarot card, there's this big energy of, I'm excited for every minute that I get to spend with my soulmate. So that's going to be this part of the reading for you, pile 1. And now we are going to move into some clues about how, where, when, etc. you might come into union with this soulmate. So I'm going to go set that up. Okay, pile 1. So here we have your cards with some additional clues about how, when, and where you might come into union with your soulmate. And I want to address the dice first, which I don't typically do. I was just, like, I rolled the dice and then I literally said out loud, "You've got to be kidding me." I don't know what the odds are of rolling all ones, but, I'm assuming they're not high. So with the fact that I did roll 3 ones here, I'm going to interpret that. I mean, there's the obvious message that your soulmate could be an Aries, or you could be an Aries, so that could be a prominent sign in one or both of your charts. I'm also going to, also the month of January could be significant to your connection, which is coming up. Conclusions are within reach. This could be something that's around the corner for you. I also have to mention this could be 111, could be a synchronicity from your spirit guides that you might see a lot before you come into union with this person. And I also want to point out we have 2 3s here, but they're Roman numeral 3s, which look like 111. So we have 3 1s, and then we also have 2 3s that look like 3 1s. So definitely getting a confirmation 111 could be an important synchronicity. The number 3 might be very important to your connection, and that's a number for March and Gemini. So take that however it resonates. And I felt compelled to kind of say that right off the bat, because I was like, I just couldn't believe that I rolled 3 1s. But there they are. So that's what's happening there. And so I'm going to start with the Moonology cards. We have the full moon in Scorpio. It's time to release negativity. We have the North Node, step out of your comfort zone. And the new moon in Pisces, meditate and contemplate. And so I do think it's interesting that we've seen both of the Pisces cards so far. And so I could take a couple of messages from that. I mean, the obvious message would be, that Pisces could be a significant sign in your connection. And then I was seeing that kind of like harmonious, balanced, divine counterparts energy of, being 2 equal counterparts in a relationship. And I'm seeing that being reflected in the fact that we have the Lovers card here, and these 2 geese, I think they're geese, they're just flying together. Like they're I see them as being equals on this card. And they're kind of flying in harmony, in tandem together. And I would see that kind of reflecting the 2 fish on this Pisces card. Very balanced, equal partnership here. And I also want to point out, I think that's the reason why we have the Queen of Wands, Mother of Wands as the last card here. I think it's related to the fact that we had the Father of Wands as the last card in the previous part of the reading. I think it's another confirmation. This is a divine counterpart. This is a soulmate connection. This is the other half of your partnership with the Lovers here. This is just like extra confirmation from your spirit guides. This is a fully fated divine connection. It's meant to be. And, there could be things in your life or in their life that could delay the 2 of you coming together, or could have delayed it in the past. However, I'm getting a lot of confirmation here. This connection is coming towards you fast, and it is like fully part of your divine path. Like it's fully destined, as much as anything can be destined to happen. You are meant to come into union with this person. So, moving on to the Scorpio card. It's time to release negativity. That could just be a reference to maybe some of the stuff that you're going through. I was seeing that with the Four of Swords card. There might have been like something maybe in the recent past that you've had to deal with. And with the Saboteur card, that could just be talking about the things that you've had to release. It is a full moon card. And Pisces is the last sign in the zodiac. So it could be that you're reaching the end of a cycle here. And as soon as you get to the end of the cycle, you're going to be moving into a new cycle. And that could be also why there's a lot of ones here. You know, it could be saying you're ending this cycle where you've released the negativity and the hard things that have happened. And you're entering a new cycle, a new phase here. And when you do that, that's when you're going to come into alignment with this person. And then we have... Oh, and also this person could be a Scorpio, or you could be a Scorpio. There is a message of transformation with Scorpio. So, and I would see that with moving away from the Saboteur into your strength energy. Then we have step out of your comfort zone with the North Node. So that could be a message from your spirit guides that maybe the way that you're gonna meet this person or come into union or contact with this person is going to be through being in that Two of Wands energy of wanting to try something new. Or if you're going exploring, if you're going traveling, it might just be something that's maybe like outside of your normal experience. That might be outside of your comfort zone. I know that I love doing new things and being adventurous, and I have also been struggling with like a post-COVID, like feeling uncomfortable going out and doing stuff. And so I think that it could just be referring to that, if that's something that you've been struggling with. Could just be a little bit of a gentle nudge from spirit, to maybe go out and explore a little bit, and that could help put you on the path towards this person. And I also want to point out before I forget, there's lots of rainbow energy here. With these Moonology cards, there's a lot of like upper chakra energy, particularly third eye. I'm seeing a little bit of crown there's some pinks on the card, and then a little bit of heart and throat. So lots of upper chakra, confirming for me that this is a spiritual connection. And with the meditate and contemplate card, I'm seeing heart and throat colors here. And so this could be following your heart and speaking your truth. And it could be also additional advice from your spirit guides that meditation is maybe something that if you're already doing it, then you're being applauded, you're on the right path. And if you haven't been doing it, it might just be like a little gentle nudge. Meditation might be something that might help bring you into alignment with this person. And with contemplate, it might be an idea to sort of visualize what your life might be like with this soulmate, and that could help attract them into your life. So again, only take that however it resonates. And then we do have the Knight of Pentacles here, and I am seeing a lot of messages here about, this person might be coming in fast for you, might be around the corner. However, the Knight of Pentacles is a slow-moving suit, and the Knight of Pentacles carries a message about commitment, determination, dedication, taking it one day, one step, one movement forward at a time. And so the message I'm getting from this, if I'm going to read it like that, is you are slowly and steadily coming into alignment with this person where you are going to bring them into your life and come into union with them. Could read it that way. There's also, I am noticing the moon on this card, so it could be a message that your spirit guides are working behind the scene in a slow and methodical way to bring the two of you in alignment. That could be part of it that you're not seeing. Also, especially if you have been kind of maybe losing faith, or you've been kind of feeling like, well, where is my person? I've been doing all this work. I've released my negativity. I'm at the end of a cycle. I want to bring this person in. It could be a message from your spirit guides that they're working on it, and you might not be able to see it, but it is happening behind the scenes. So with the moon on the Son of Pentacles, that is how I would interpret that. And We do also have the Three of Pentacles, and the Three of Pentacles for me is a card that talks about like teamwork, coworkers, employees. So it could be that you might meet this person through work, or through like a work project or a creative project, maybe something that, like a collaboration with other people, maybe related to your career in some way. And there's also a mountain on the card, so it could be you might meet this person while you're traveling to a place where there are mountains. Maybe you live near a mountain range. You might meet them while you're hiking or skiing, if that's something that you are interested in doing. Maybe if that's something that would be outside your comfort zone, that might be something that you might want to try doing, and that could be a way that you meet this person. I want to say we do have Pentacles cards here, and even though I am getting at like a faster moving energy with all these ones, there could be a message. It could be a little while. You might need to practice patience before you meet this person, just because of the Pentacles cards that are here. However, we also have the Three of Wands, and the Three of Wands I would take as reassurance that if you are that you are manifesting this person, whether or not you're doing it consciously, just by doing the things that you need to do to work on yourself and your shadow work and heal parts of yourself and let go of negativity and the saboteurs of the past, by doing your meditation work, by stepping out of your comfort zone and exploring new things and stepping into your strength and embracing who you really are and following your heart, and all that stuff is manifesting this connection. And I'm getting a message with this Three of Wands card. Again, it's a reassurance from your spirit guides that this connection is coming in for you, that it's fated to happen. And you have free will, and your soulmate has free will. However, this connection is absolutely something your spirit guides are working on. It's something that your soulmate spirit guides are working on to bring the two of you together in harmony and balance as counterparts, the way that you're meant to be. And by doing your work on yourself, you're going to help build that beautiful relationship that we saw at the beginning of your reading. And there might just be a need to just exercise just a little bit more patience, because there's a chance it might not come in as fast as you want it to, even though I am getting messages that this could be something that is right around the corner. It could be something that is happening, like just as soon as the two of you are ready, it's gonna come in like a perfect divine. It's gonna come in like a freight train, is what I'm being told to say. And I'm like, you can't see me, but I'm like slamming my hands together, like it's just, and it's gonna be so like what's the way I want to express this? It's like two magnets that fit together perfectly. Like you come in and it's just the two of you just fit together. It's just the way it is meant to be. That's how I'm seeing it. So if we want to go by the numbers here, we got the ones, we got three. Actually, we have, if we're reading it as the Roman numerals as 3 ones, we have 3 sets of 3 ones. So there could be like a multiple of 3 might be important here. There could be, and we also have a 3 and a 3 and then the 6 with the Lovers card. So again, a multiple of 3 could be important here. A 3, a 9, a 12. Those could all be numbers that are important to your connection. We do the 9th month is September, which is associated with Virgo and Libra, I think. And I was seeing some Virgo energy at the first part of your reading, so that could be significant. And then we I'm just getting this 111 as a synchronicity. That's what I'm seeing here. But we have 6, so that again could be associated with Virgo, or it could be June could be significant to the connection. We did have March with the 3s, or January with the 1s, in terms of timing. And then again, I'm being called to read the Lovers as just an extra confirmation that this is a divinely guided, divinely protected, balanced partnership. And you two are divine counterparts with this Mother of Wands, because it's the counterpart in the same position as the Father of Wands was in the last part of the reading. And again, regardless of gender, I'm just being called to read these as their counterparts. You and your soulmate are divine counterparts. And I also just noticed on this card, if you are somebody who wants children, this could be a message that, you're going to have children with this soulmate, because we have the mother of, like it's a snake around a clutch of eggs. That's what I'm seeing on this card. Or it could be saying that you might meet this person at a time in your life when somebody else is pregnant, or might be doing like a birth announcement, or might have just given birth. There could be some connection with pregnancy and childbirth here. If you already have kids, could just be confirmation that this person, your soulmate, is going to be happy to embrace your family as their family when you two come together. Just take that however it resonates. I am seeing kind of like eggs on this card. If that applies to you, if that's something that you want. If not, don't worry about it. Just take whatever you need and leave the rest, as we say. And with that said, I'm just very excited for you, Pile 1. This is a very exciting reading. Please leave me a comment down below. Let me know how this reading resonated for you. If you liked it, please leave a like for me. That really helps me out. And if you'd like to, you can feel free to subscribe to my channel. My next reading is just going to be some messages from your spirit guides, just as a little palette cleanser for me, because I love doing soulmate videos, but they take a lot of time and energy. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in my next video. Hello Pile 2, and welcome to your reading. I am excited for today's video. We are going to be finding out all about your relationship with your soulmate. And so we're going to start out with this spread here, which is about your relationship. And then we're going to do another spread that's going to be about how your soulmate feels about you, what they love about you. And that's going to also, that'll also end up telling us about the relationship, because how you relate to each other will inform their opinion of you. So we're going to get, and it's also kind of like a little bit of an ego boost for you guys. And then in the third part of the reading, we are going to look at clues as to how, when, and where you might come into union with your soulmate. So I also want to apologize. I like to film during the daytime because there's more natural light and it just looks better. Unfortunately, that's also the time when the construction crews are outside working on my apartment complex. So it might be a little bit loud. There might be some background noise. So I just want to apologize for that. And with that said, let's get into your reading today. So the first card we have for you is the Page of Pentacles. And the way that I would interpret this in relation to this reading is, it might be the case where for either you or your soulmate, this might be the first time that you or they are ready to really commit to working hard on a relationship, if that makes sense. Because the page carries an air of of newness, of innocence. They're like the youngest of the court cards. And Pentacles is a suit about commitment, determination, hard work, and so this could be the case where for either you or them, or perhaps both of you, this relationship might be happening at a time in your life when you feel like you're finally ready to really commit your energy towards building a relationship with someone. Because the Page of Pentacles, if this is, speaking about the relationship that you're going to have with your person, this tells me that both of you are very committed to making the relationship work, and I don't think that's going to be a difficult thing to do. I just think that that's kind of an example of the mindset that the two of you are bringing together into this relationship. So at the very least, I would take this as a sign that when you meet your soulmate, you're gonna know that this is the right relationship to invest your time and energy and love into. And this could also carry a message, because it's a Page of Pentacles, could carry a message that either the two of you are going to work together, you might be working on a project together, you might be, there's a message about building something together. So starting on a new venture, in terms of Pentacles, which talks about also finances and monetary abundance and material abundance. So it could be that The two of you, you're working on building a relationship together, and you're also working on building something else together. And I also want to mention in relation to these cards here, especially the two cards we have at the end, which are the Ten of Wands and the Death card, I'm also getting a message that the Page of Pentacles, there's a map on the card. Like this page is standing kind of at a crossroads, and it seems like they're trying to figure out where to go next. Where do I invest? Where's the next stop on my path? I have my map. Where am I going? And so there might be a message here that this relationship is going to help you get to a place where you can release whatever you need to release in order to go through some sort of transformation. I think it's going to help you make necessary changes in your life. And if you are carrying some sort of burden or a lot of responsibilities, I think this relationship is going to help you figure out how to let go of the things that you don't need to carry anymore, so that you can transform and evolve into a version of you that's maybe more in alignment with your divine purpose, if that makes sense. That's just another interpretation here. And then we have the Justice card. And so, I also wanted to mention the Page of Pentacles also sometimes carries a message of, because you're working on something together, there's a sense of like equal commitment to a project. And the Justice card is telling me about equality, balance, like a relationship where both people are coming in with the same energy. Nobody is giving more to the relationship than the other person. It's very, very equal. And I would also... this card is associated with Libra because it has the scales on it. So one or the both of you could be a Libra or have a lot of air energy in your charts. I would also say this card's giving me a message that I think it's going to be really easy to communicate with your soulmate about what your emotional needs are. And even if that's something that you find difficult right now, I think because of your soulmate's personality and the way that you come together, like, and the way that they treat you, I think you're going to feel very comfortable making sure that there is that kind of like open and honest communication, so that it can be a balanced relationship where everybody is getting their needs met. And I don't think you have to worry about this soulmate being somebody who's going to hold your words against you. Like, I think they're coming in with a very patient, open-minded, trustworthy energy. And I think, with both these cards here, I'm seeing that they want the same things out of this relationship that you do. And again, like I'm saying, like, I think it's going to be very easy to have like a really like open and honest communication in this relationship, which could be something that maybe one or the both of you is maybe not necessarily used to. That could be part of like some of the past lessons that you've had with previous relationships, where that was something that you needed to learn how to do, was to speak up to have your needs met, or feel safe expressing what you need in the relationship. And I don't think you're going to have to worry about that with this soulmate. I think that it's going to come just easily and naturally. It's just going to be very balanced. And I think that because of the color on this card, which is like a kind of a purpley indigo color, and both the colors on your Moonology Oracle cards, I'm getting the sense that one of the reasons why it's so easy to communicate with this person is because you are connected on a spiritual level. This is a color associated with the third eye chakra, and maybe the crown chakra too. There's a little bit of like a pinky purple. And I just think you're just going to get each other. You're just going to instinctively understand where the other person is coming from, and just going to have like a very strong connection. And I think this connection is also going to be very fun and fulfilling. We have the Three of Cups here, which is a card about celebrations, going out partying, going out to bars or clubs, or being social. It could be that you might have a large group of friends. It could be that you have a lot of mutual friends. You could meet this soulmate through friends, or they could just introduce you to, if you don't have a lot of friends or a lot of close friends, could be that they introduce you to their friends group and you're accepted immediately. And I'm just seeing like friendship, celebration, partying, all that stuff being a big part of your relationship. And because this card is, you know, it seems like they're outside, kind of dancing around in like a lake or a pond, or like under the starlit sky. There's the moon in the background. There's trees in the background. It seems like a very kind of natural setting. Could also be a message about spending time outdoors, doing a lot of like outdoor activities, maybe going camping if that's something that you're interested in. It could be that, you know, this is something that you're gonna do a lot with your soulmate and this friends group that I'm seeing, going on camping trips, that kind of thing, if that resonates for you. And I do want to move on to the next card. I am being compelled to mention the moon on this card. So the moon is a representation of, can be a representation of secrets, illusions, things that are hidden from us, our spirit guides working behind the scenes. So again, if you feel like you don't have a large friends group, you don't have a lot of close friends, and maybe you might be a little bit lonely, and you're maybe trying to manifest new friendships and new connections, I see this as something that's going to be brought in with this relationship with your soulmate. It's something that, again, that your spirit guides are kind of working on behind the scenes. You know, if you are manifesting, your manifestations are working. If you do want a new friends group, or just to have more friends or more close friends, maybe working on manifestations is a good thing to do, because then it kind of tells the universe and your spirit guides exactly what you want to bring into your life, and then that helps them work on bringing those things in. So I just wanted to mention that. And then we have the Ten of Wands, which is a card that talks about needing to release our burdens because they've become too heavy. And so I wouldn't worry about this card saying that, you know, this relationship is going to be a very heavy burden. I don't think that that's the way that, like, that's not the way I'm being called to interpret it, especially because it's right next to the Death card. I think it's related to the initial interpretation I gave when I was talking about the Page of Pentacles, which is that I think that this relationship with your soulmate is going to help you release burdens that might have been holding you back from fully transforming to the next cycle, because the 10 is the number at the end of the cycle. And then we have the Death card right after that, which talks about ending a cycle so that we can transform and then begin, or like incorporate whatever transformation we needed to go through and learn the lessons from the previous cycle so that we can be reborn into the new cycle. It's I guess I'm just going to talk about these cards together. It's a card where you can see on the card we have two doors, and one of them is closed and the other one is ajar. And so it's saying this door that we just came through has closed behind us, and we are going to move forward towards, like, through the new door towards our future. And we have several parts of this card that I want to talk about. We have, it seems like there's a bright future because there's a bright sunlight coming through the door, the new door, and then we have kind of the thread of fate that this death figure is kind of holding a sword. It's going to cut through this thread of fate, and so there is a message here that you're destined to go through this transformation. And I think that for a lot of readings that I've done and I've seen, and I've when I hear other tarot readers reading, I think a lot of the time when there's like an important or like a fated or destined soul connection, like we have a soul contract that we want to bring in a soulmate so that we can fulfill it, when our spirit guides are trying to get us into alignment so that we can bring in this soulmate that's meant to come into our lives. A lot of the time we do like most of our shadow work like on our own, just so that we can make sure that we are at like a high vibration so that we can have like a healthy and balanced relationship with our soulmate. And I am seeing that here with the Page of Pentacles and the Justice card. I think this is going to be a healthy and balanced relationship. However, there could be just a little bit more that you are going to need to release. And I think you're going to be in the relationship with your soulmate already before you get to the point where you're ready to kind of begin this next chapter of your life. You're like right near the end of the cycle with the Ten of Wands. And I think this relationship that your soulmate is going to help you release whatever you need to release, whatever those last burdens are. They're going to help you, either take on some of those wands so you don't have to carry them all, or they're going to help you just put down the wands altogether, and walk through the door on the Death card into the next phase of your life. So this, again, it feels to me like just a very important connection, and there is the thread of fate on this card. Like this, I think this, I mean, they're your soulmate, but I think this connection is really important, and it's destined to happen. And so part of the reason why I'm talking about, like, there might be stuff that you haven't quite healed when you come into union with your soulmate, and that might be part of your relationship, is learning how to let go of those things and go through the necessary transformation that you might need to go through in other aspects of your life, is because we have the Moonology cards that say, have faith in your dreams with the waxing crescent moon, and hold your vision with the fixed moon. And so I would say that, first of all, with the have faith in your dreams, I think that might be a message, again, about manifestation and the law of attraction, and trying to, have faith and hope that if you want to manifest your soulmate, they're coming in for you. If you want to manifest a new friends group, it's coming in for you. If you want to get justice for something, then that is something that is absolutely going to happen for you. And part of that is the need to have faith that these things are coming in. And so I would take this as just a message from your spirit guides that if you're worried or anxious or sad, if you're wondering where are all the things that I want, I'm trying so hard and they're not coming in for me, you're very, very close. And it's important, like, these things are coming in. It's important to have faith. And I also want to mention that there's a butterfly on this card, which is a symbol of transformation. And then we also have the Death card. So if you're also feeling like you are kind of in that 10 of Wands energy, where you might be struggling under the burden of responsibility, maybe you have too much on your plate, you're feeling overwhelmed in some way, I would also take this as encouragement from your spirit guides that this isn't going to last forever. You absolutely are going to get to a place where you can release what you need to release in order to move forward. And then we also have hold your vision, which I think is again another form of encouragement from your spirit guides not to give up. And there's a message also with the 10 of Wands that yes, there might be something we need to release. There might be stuff that we need to let go of. There might be like old emotions or old patterns of behavior that we haven't quite learned how to stop engaging in. There might be, like, we might be just taking on too much, maybe out of a sense of responsibility, a sense of obligation. It could be that people are very used to us accommodating them, and they might take advantage of that, whether like they're realize it or not. So that, again, it could be a message about needing to deal with that stuff. It could also just be a message like you're at the 10, you're almost there, almost at the end of this cycle, and there's a message here about determination and perseverance. So and with hold your vision, that's what I would see, like, have faith in your dreams, hold your vision. The things that you want are going to come towards you, and that, I think, is related to bringing the soulmate into your life. They are coming in, and I think that you're going to be able to work with your soulmate in order to achieve and manifest and build the other things that you want in your life, if that makes sense. And then we have the Queen card here as the Archetype card. And when I pulled this card, the first thing that popped into my head is they're going to treat you like a queen, regardless of your gender. I think it just is referring to, they're going to treat you with the respect that you deserve. They're coming into this connection with a very, like, open-minded, ready to commit and work on it and build something with you, and ready to communicate with you in an open and honest way, take your feelings, and treat them with respect and kindness and compassion. And the card says, radiates the regal feminine, uses her benevolent authority to protect others. And this is about your relationship. So I think that this could also just say, like, that's how you treat each other. You treat each other with like royalty. Nobody here is on a pedestal. Again, we have the Justice card, and you're both coming in with an equal energy. You're both coming into this as like a a partnership that you need to work together to build it towards its full potential. However, I also think you're really prioritizing each other. Like you're really and prioritizing the relationship. Giving it the attention and devotion that it deserves. And I think because I am getting a kind of message that there might be something that you need to let go of in order to transform, something that you might be working very hard on. There might be a lot on your plate. There might be a lot that you're carrying. There might just be some difficult circumstances in your life that the soulmate is going to help you with. And I think with the uses her benevolent authority to protect others, I think this person is going to help protect your energy and be protective towards you so that you can get to a place where you've put down the 10 of Wands and you're starting over at the Ace, so that you can move into the next cycle and walk through that door on the Death card. So I definitely see this as being the kind of connection where you just feel very comfortable and safe. It's so easy to talk to this person. You're both on the exact same page in terms of the type of relationship that you want to have. You might be working together on a project if that's something that resonates with you. I think that you're going to have a lot of fun together. You're going to have a lot of fun with friends, even if it's not like a huge friends group, even if you're not hugely into socializing, you're not a partier and that's not for you. It could just be saying that there's going to be a lot of like quality friendships, and your friends group, their friends group, are really going to support this relationship. And this relationship is going to help you get to a better place in your life if you're struggling. So with all that said, let's move into the next part of your reading, which is going to be about what your soulmate loves about you. Okay, pile 2. So here we have the second part of your reading, which is all about what your soulmate loves about you. And I want to say before I forget, I was shuffling your cards, and even I took a break to eat lunch, and I was feeling anxiety, and then it got more intense as I was shuffling. So I don't know if I'm picking up on your energy or maybe their energy. However, it was definitely not coming from me. So I just wanted to point that out. That might be confirmation from some of you if you have been feeling anxious, and if you have been maybe struggling with something, as I could see with the 10 of Wands showing up in your reading. That might just be something that I was picking up on. Also, I think maybe you or your soulmate might have some perfectionistic tendencies, because the way that I shuffle the cards is I cut the deck a few times, and then I'll kind of split it in half, because I can't do a bridge shuffle with 78 cards. I'm not that talented, so I usually do it in 2 halves, and then I'll kind of mix the cards again, cut the deck a little bit more, and then I'll split it into 2 halves again, do some more bridge shuffles. I just want to get the cards to a place where I'm like, if the same cards come out, I'll know it's not because I didn't shuffle them. So, but while I was doing that, I kept having anxiety over like, did I shuffle them enough? Did I remember to do this part of the shuffling? Did I remember to do that part? And that's not usually something that I really worry about. And it came across as a result of this anxiety that I was feeling that was not my anxiety. So again, I wanted to point that out. That might be something that speaks to you, or I could have been picking up on your soulmate's energy, and they might be just a little bit of a perfectionist or have a little bit of anxiety. So just thought I'd throw that in there. I was also thinking a lot about popcorn, and I was smelling caramel corn. So that could be something that you or your soulmate really enjoys. So again, I just wanted to say that at the top of this reading. So I'm going to start at the top with the Chakra Wisdom Oracle cards. And we have the first card for you here is Perseverance. And, just taking that at face value, that I think is definitely connected with the 10 of Wands card from the previous part of your reading. I think that there's a message here about determination to see things through, and there's also a lot of Pentacles cards here. So I'm definitely getting the impression that you're the type of person that once you commit yourself to a course of action, you are determined to see it through no matter what. And that is something that your soulmate loves about you, is your perseverance. And this card talks about, there's a phrase in the recovery community, specifically in the 12-step community, that says, don't give up 5 minutes before the miracle. And it's basically saying, like, we need to have faith that that by staying sober, etc., that our life is going to get better, even if we're going through a downturn or a dark time right now. We are, like, things are going to get better, and so it's worth sticking with it to see the miracle come true, instead of giving in when it could have been, maybe 5 minutes later something good would have happened. So it's kind of that message of sticking with something because a positive outcome is going to happen. It just might not be happening right now, or like on the timeline that we want it to happen. So there's a message about having faith that you're going to get through whatever is happening, and to keep going and not give up. And so that could be something that you're already doing. But again, I am seeing a lot of earth energy, so it could be that you're just a very determined person, and that you're very close to the 10 of Wands, and you're very close to the end of a cycle. You've made your way all through it. I mean, the 9 of Wands speaks about like a direct message from spirit guides saying, like, keep going, you're almost there, and so this could be your spirit guides. This is something that your soulmate loves about you. It could also be your spirit guides kind of taking the opportunity to give you like another little kind of push of encouragement. Have faith in your dreams, hold your vision. Those were the 2 cards that came out in the previous part of the reading. So they could be taking the opportunity to give you a little bit more encouragement if that's something that you need to hear, because I was also feeling that anxiety. So if that is your anxiety, I just want to give you a little bit of confirmation and reassurance here. The things that you want, to manifest, the things that, like your connection with the soulmate, getting to the end of the cycle of whatever you're working on, they are going to happen for you. And because you are so determined to persevere, that's a personality trait that this soulmate really admires. And I think it's going to help the both of you come into the relationship with that Page of Pentacles energy of, this is something new and I want to commit to it. And I think that your soulmate trusts you to invest in the relationship in the same way that they are. And that's something that they really, really love about you and your connection. And then we have the Balance card. And we also, I mean, a lot of these cards are carrying kind of a similar message. We have the Balance card and the Vanity card and the Trust the Timing card all kind of have a related message. So the Balance card talks about a type of life lesson where we're learning not to put all of our energy into one area of our life to the detriment of other areas of our life. So yes, perseverance is important. It's important to, commit to things and see them through to the end, especially when we're very close to the end. However, it's also important to find that balance between all the different aspects of our life. And with this card being here, that's telling me that that is something that you have learned how to do, is to balance the commitment and perseverance with not neglecting other areas of your life. And you could be somebody who is working on or is very good at work-life balance, balancing like your romantic relationship with your friends group, and like balancing all your responsibilities. If you resonate with that 10 of Wands, might be a little bit of a balancing act. And I also wanted to point out, this card is also related to the Justice card that we had in the other part of your reading. They do also have similar colors, both related to the third eye chakra. And so this could just be additional confirmation that your connection with your soulmate is on a spiritual level. It could also be related to the sign Libra. That might be your sign, that might be their sign. It might just be a sign that's prominent in their or your birth chart. And I forgot to mention the zodiac signs. I think in the first part of your reading, we had some earth energy with the Page of Pentacles. We had some water energy with the Three of Cups. And we had some fire energy with the 10 of Wands. And then we had Libra associated with Justice. That's being echoed here in the Balance card, because they both have the scales on them. And then we also had Scorpio associated with the Death card. So, again, that could just be some examples of some, their signs in their chart, or confirmation for you. Maybe you're a Libra or a Scorpio. Take that however it resonates. So we have the message of the balance card, not committing too much energy to one area of our life, and really kind of balancing our time and energy between all the different aspects of our life. And then we have the Vanity card, which talks about letting go of the need to seek fulfillment through acquiring more. There's a message here about I always need more, I always want more, and then learning how to step away from that energy so that we can be satisfied with what we have and make the most of what we have. So it's being in like an attitude of gratitude, as they say. I'm grateful for what I have. I have faith that the universe will give me what I need, and I don't need to always be concerned about acquiring material possessions or money, or investing my time and energy into unfulfilling connections with people, because I'm constantly seeking something that I can't find outside of myself. So it's finding that fulfillment and satisfaction by turning within and by practicing gratitude for what we already do have. So again, there's kind of maybe a similar message here about how we're choosing to invest our time and resources. And so the way I would see this is, I think that your soulmate loves the fact that you have figured out how to balance this stuff. And it might have been difficult, or you might still be in the process of figuring it out. However, the fact that you're prioritizing that and you've gone through these lessons, I think they really admire that about you, and that you're still willing to commit and invest in things, but it's just not to the total neglect of everything else in your life. And that might be something that you have struggled with in the past, or it could just be that you're very naturally very good at at balancing and kind of working hard and having fun at the same time, just kind of like juggling everything. It might come naturally to you, or it might have been something that you needed to learn how to do. However, I'm seeing that that's something that you are good at this, or at the time when you're in a relationship with this person, at the very least. And then we have the Trust the Timing card, which is your Starseed card, and it says, trust the wave you came in on, time is not running out. And so that's also speaking to me about somebody who has learned not to be so concerned about doing things in a specific time frame. Somebody who's learned how to have faith, again, that with the Vanity card, the things that you need are going to come to you at the time when they are meant to come to you. It's speaking to me about somebody who is down to earth, is very grounded, is not chasing things anymore. Again, that's kind of the energy with the Vanity card, not chasing after something. It's okay, the things I need are going to come to me when they're meant to, and I'm doing everything that I need to do because I'm in this perseverance energy, and I know that that's going to bring the things to me that I need. I'm in a very balanced place where I'm in alignment with my divine purpose. So again, even if that doesn't necessarily resonate with where you are right now, you are going to be able to get to this place. And that's something that your soulmate sees in you, that they love about you. And so then we have the Archetype cards, and these cards they're both kind of like a green sort of color. And then we do have a lot of green down in the tarot cards with the Pentacles cards. And that would be related to the heart chakra. So I'm seeing both of these cards. These could be related to your career or your profession, or just a hobby or something that you enjoy doing, or just like a natural skill set that you have. And it could be that you're working on opening up your heart chakra, or you have a very open heart chakra, and that's something that this soulmate really loves. And so the cards we have for you here are Healer, which says passion to serve others by repairing the body, mind, and spirit, ability to help transform pain into healing. And so this could be talking literally. Maybe you work in healthcare, or you're some sort of counselor, or you work in mental health counseling, or it could be spiritual. You could be a spiritual healer, or it could just be that no matter what you do, because you've put the time into healing stuff in your own life and working towards perseverance and balance and not chasing things and trusting in the divine timing, like because you're in a kind of a very balanced, stable, safe sort of energy. It could be people are feel safe coming to you for advice. It could be that you're very good at giving advice, and it could just be that it's one of those things where your presence itself might be healing to people. Like it could be sort of a passive healing or a leading by example sort of healing, where it's because you've worked so hard on these things for yourself, you would end up inspiring other people to also work on healing themselves and doing shadow work and all that other stuff. So I would take that however it resonates, and it could also just apply to your relationship with your soulmate. Maybe it's something that they had parts of themselves they didn't realize needed to heal until they came into union with you, and you've helped them. Like I get, I was picking up in the first part of the reading, this is going to be a relationship where the two of you are helping each other heal and grow and transform and release things, and it could just be a recognition from your soulmate that you've really, or you will really be helping them heal, and they really appreciate that, and maybe healing their heart space too, because there is a heart chakra connection here. And then the next card we have is the storyteller, and this card says ability to experience and express life through stories and symbols. So this could be saying, I was getting that communication energy from the Justice card in the last part of the reading. It could be that you are an excellent communicator. This could also be related to your job. Maybe you're a writer, or you have to give speeches, or you could be a lawyer. We have a lot of scales here, work in the justice system, where you might need to talk a lot and make persuasive arguments. And it could be you're just interested in telling stories, whatever that means for you. And you could also, even if you don't necessarily resonate with that, it could be something like an innate skill that you might not recognize about yourself, but your soulmate sees it. They see it, and they know that you are just a natural storyteller. And I think maybe you might, the person here is holding a book, so it could be that you enjoy reading, and that might inform the way that you communicate. That might, again, it might be something that you may not necessarily even realize that you're good at, or it could be a real passion and a hobby for you. And there's many various different types of storytelling. It doesn't just have to be, I'm a fiction writer, and I could be, but it doesn't have to be that. There's even like playing a role-playing game. It's like a collaborative storytelling thing, and that might be something that you really enjoy doing. And if it is, then that's something that this soulmate really enjoys doing with you. I would see that as like a joint activity that the two of you might enjoy doing. Oh, I also wanted to mention, I forget sometimes when I'm doing these readings, I have so much bouncing around in my head, and I'm constantly getting messages and stuff that sometimes I forget to say things. So I did want to say, when I was looking at your balance card and making the connection to the Justice card, I was seeing from the movie Boondock Saints, the brothers kind of have tattoos on their hands, and it's Veritas and Equitas, which I believe means truth and justice in Latin. So I was seeing that, and I just wanted to point that out. It could be that you really like that movie, or that could just be confirmation from spirit that that this card is about a balance and justice. And I was picking up that it could be that that you work in the justice system, or that might be something that's important to you. Maybe not. Just take that however it resonates. I didn't want to forget to mention that, because it could be important to somebody who's listening. Also, again, I'm sorry if you can hear my cat eating his lunch in the background. And so I'm going to get into the tarot cards. So I think it's likely that even if you're not there yet, when you come into union with the soulmate, you're going to be at a place when you are mostly healed from whatever you're dealing with. Whatever this anxiety was that I was feeling, wherever you are on the path to the 10 of Wands, I'm getting the sense that you're like mostly there when you meet this person, and then coming into union with them is going to help you work on healing with them so that you can cross that finish line. And the reason I'm saying that is because we have the Four of Swords here, and the Four of Swords is like the card about rest and rejuvenation and self-care and giving yourself the time and space to heal from things that have happened, and specifically healing from heartbreak, because the card before the Four of Swords is the Three of Swords, which is, you know, usually about heartbreak. There might have been past relationships where you were hurt or betrayed, and that could be related to what I was seeing with the Page of Pentacles. This could be you might have had to work towards getting to a place where you were ready to commit to yourself to a new relationship. And I mean, you're there, you've gotten there. You know, when you come into union with this person, that's absolutely going to be where you are. And one of the, you know, with this card being here, one of the things that your soulmate loves about you is the fact that you prioritize self-care. And I think that's related to this balance card and the trust the timing card and the healer card. And, you know, I think that you've put a lot of work into giving yourself the time and space to heal and recover when things pop up in life that might trip you up a little bit. I think you give yourself the time to say, okay, I need some time to kind of rest and process what's happening here. And I think that that's something that your soulmate really respects about you, is your emphasis on healing and taking care of yourself in a balanced way, in a practical way too. There's lots of practical energy here with all these pentacles. And the fact that you prioritize healing is I think something that your soulmate really values. And then we have the Five of Wands card, and I would say that this card is coming up because you might have, I mean, I am getting a lot of determination kind of energy. You might also have a bit of a competitive side. I think that this card's talking about like the fun sort of competitive energy where, you know, we're playing a game against somebody, or we're maybe playing a competitive sport, or challenging ourselves or other people to a competition. It could be that, you know, it's the kind of energy where it's like, you know, I'll race you to the end of the street, or I'll you know, I bet you can't do that, you know, in like a fun and playful way. And so I think that that's absolutely something that your soulmate loves, is that kind of like fun, playful, competitive spirit kind of energy. And I think that's going to be probably a dynamic of your relationship, even if you don't necessarily usually engage with people like that. I think that that is going to be part of your relationship, because that's something that your soulmate loves about you, is the fact that, you know, you can have fun together. And this card also talks about like doing activities, you know, like as I said, like team sports, or hiking, running, like doing activities together where you can challenge yourself in terms of like maybe a physical challenge, or challenging yourself to beat your high score or whatever it is, and also challenge somebody else, as I said, like maybe challenge them to, you know, a competition, but in like a fun and friendly way, not necessarily in like a conflict type of way. And I just realized I'm getting a kind of like an intuitive message with this card, because there are witches kind of standing over a cauldron, that you might also enjoy cooking, or I mean, it looks almost like it's like the foam suds of a beer. So it could also be that you are very interested in beer, and maybe like artisanal beers and stuff like that. You only take that if it resonates. It's just another message that I'm seeing here. Might be like a common interest between the two of you. And I mean, if you do really enjoy cooking, and you are a great cook, or if you are really into beer and beer culture and mixology and that kind of thing, that's something that the soulmate loves about you. But again, only take that if it resonates. And then we're getting into the pentacles. So, you know, I do again want to point out lots of earth energy here. And we did have the Page of Pentacles in the last part of the reading. So you could very well be an earth sign, or just have a lot of earth placements in your chart. You could be, you know, a Libra with a lot of earth in your chart. You could be an earth sign with a prominent Libra placements, or none of those signs could apply to you. And this is just speaking more to just like different aspects of your personality or things that you've learned over the years. So wanted to throw that out here. We also have more Wands energy, which is associated with fire, and we have the Four of Swords, which is associated with air, and Libra is an air sign. So wanted to throw that out there before I forgot. So we have the Ten of Pentacles, and this card kind of carries a few messages. You know, it could be saying that maybe you're very family oriented. There's an association with family with this card and prioritizing family. I mean, even if you're not close to like your family of origin, it could be that you're interested in starting a family or creating a family of your own or having a very close-knit family. It could be that you're interested in, you know, if you've had a bit, maybe more of a traumatic experience growing up, it could be that you're interested in building a family based on like the unconditional love and support that you might not have received growing up. Or it could also be, you know, you may come from a very loving, very big family, and that could be something that you really value, and that's like one of your core values might be family. Again, only take that if it resonates. The Ten of Pentacles also talks about extreme financial abundance. So again, even if you're not there yet, I'm seeing it in the cards for you. There's a lot of financial abundance here and material abundance here, and it could be related to the Vanity card up top. Maybe that there was a period in your life where you were chasing material goods. Maybe you were in a very high-paying position that might not have been very fulfilling or might not have allowed you to have the sort of balance in your life that you wanted to have. You could have had a period in your life where you were very focused on material things, and that has led to a lot of abundance, but it might not have led to the emotional fulfillment that you might have been seeking. So that's a message I'm getting there because of the other cards that we have in your reading. However, in a context to what does your soulmate love about you, even if you're not in a place right now where you are financially abundant, I'm getting the message: you represent home and love and family and stability and safety and security to your soulmate, regardless of whatever's in your bank account. That this is how your soulmate views you, is as their Ten of Pentacles. And if you are somebody who does want to have a family and you might want to have like a lot of kids, I would take this as confirmation, only if it applies to you, that that's something that your soulmate also wants, and they want that specifically with you because you are their happily ever after. And if that happily ever after includes children, then that's what they want with you too. And then we have the King of Pentacles. And this is just confirming for me the message that I was saying in the Ten of Pentacles, where for your soulmate, you represent like the ultimate safety and security and fulfillment and abundance, regardless of your material wealth. It could be, you know, with these lots of pentacles, could be you are or you will be very financially stable, very financially abundant. However, it's not in an imbalanced way where it's like that's your only concern. It's because these cards are talking about prioritizing family, being very generous with our time and our energy and our resources. Particularly, we also have the Six of Pentacles here. The King of Pentacles is somebody who uses their power and influence to help and support other people. He's very nurturing. He's very loving. He's very generous. He's like a benevolent leader. He's not somebody who's taking advantage of anybody. There's lots of animals on these cards, and particularly there's dogs and there's cats, and so it could be that you are an animal lover, or you have a lot of pets, or you might have a lot of pets with this person when you come together. Take that however it resonates. I want to point that out before I forget. And again, we have with the Earth sign energy, there's a bull on the King of Pentacles cards, so you could be a Taurus or have prominent Taurus placements, if that is a confirmation for you. And so that's just what I wanted to say. Like your soulmate sees you as, regardless of gender, they see you as the King of Pentacles, and you represent their total security, like emotional security, emotional fulfillment. and I mean, there could, I don't want to exclude anybody, even like if you're at a place in your life where you feel like you are not financially abundant. I'm getting a message from these cards. You will be. You will be. And it's going to allow you to sit down on your throne as this king here and be in that very stable and secure energy and not be worried or anxious about your financial security. And even if it's, not like the most financially abundant, like maybe you're never going to be like a millionaire, but it can talk about just financial security to the point where you don't need to worry about being able to pay your bills, being able to do the things that you want in life. You're at a place where you don't need to worry about money or having the money to do something. So I wanted to throw that in there as an extra message, in case all the Pentacles energy wasn't really resonating for you. Because again, like these cards are also talking about, Pentacles also talks about like the message of the Perseverance card, determination, commitment, patience, nurturing something, to like with patience. And there's lots of like plants on these cards, like planting something and waiting for it to grow, trusting the timing that it's going to grow when it's meant to, like patiently cultivating something one step at a time. So I'd say that your soulmate greatly appreciates your commitment and dedication. They see you as somebody who is very committed to them and the relationship and the family and the home, and they feel totally secure in your relationship, and they're also totally committed to you too. And we also have the Six of Pentacles, which just confirms for me this message of somebody who is very generous. And it, with the Healer card here and the Storyteller, you're generous with your money, yes, and also your time and your energy. You're willing to help, to heal, to give back in a way that's healthy and balanced. And that's something that your soulmate really loves and admires about you. So, all of that said, I am going to move into the last part of your reading, which is going to be clues about how, when, and where you are going to come into union with your soulmate. All right, pile 2. So here we have the final part of your reading, which is just going to give us some clues about how, when, and where you might meet this soulmate. So I want to, right off the bat, address the Moonology cards here. So we have Confidence is your key to success, the new moon in Leo. We have Don't let your past hold you back with the South Node. And Luck is on your side with the new moon in Sagittarius. And so, so we have Leo and Sagittarius energy. So that's some more fire sign energy. And then the Leo is being emphasized here with the Strength card. So again, either you or they could be a Leo or a Sagittarius, or just be embodying this energy when you come into union. And either way, I'm seeing with these tarot cards here a few things. So with the Strength card, I'm getting the sense that you're going to be at a period in your life where you are learning how to embrace your inner strength. And as we saw in the last part of the reading, there's messages about letting go of the need to kind of force or control or chase things, or overcommit our energy to one aspect of our life. The Strength card is talking about being in a more balanced place where we are trusting the timing, and we do have faith that the things that we want and need are going to come towards us. And we have strength in our own ability to overcome the obstacles in our life without needing to force anything or prove anything to anyone, or throw our weight around or whatever we might be doing in an imbalanced energy, because we're a lion. And we don't, lions don't need to prove themselves. They're lions, and so it's that, in that kind of like the confidence is your key to success. You're going to be in a very confident sort of energy, and that's very attractive. And I think we have the word success here, so it could, again, also be at a time in your life when you're experiencing a lot of financial abundance, because we did have all those Pentacles cards in the previous part of the reading. So either way, I think you're going to be feeling good, feeling confident, regardless of whatever circumstances are going on in your life, because you're in a place of kind of taking things as they come, living life on life's terms, and not trying to force anything. And that's like a very healthy, balanced energy to be in. And then we have the Seven of Cups, which is giving me the impression, because the Seven of Cups talks about options, having options, and it's a Cups card, so there's a connection to relationships and romance. So this could be because you're in a very attractive energy with the Strength card here. You're feeling confident, you're very successful. You could be attracting a lot of people who are interested in pursuing a romance with you at the time when you come into contact with your soulmate. So they could be one of the options that comes towards you. And I was picking up that you are going to experience a spiritual connection with this person, and they're just going to be extremely easy to talk to. It's going to be very clear that the both of you are on the same page and that you want the same things. And so I think that's going to be one way you're going to be able to tell who your soulmate is. Despite the fact you are going to have a lot of options at this time, you're going to have probably a few people coming towards you because you are going to be in a very attractive energy. And with the Magician here, I'm seeing that another reason why you're in such an attractive energy is because this card's telling me you have manifested at the time when, this is a connection you've manifested at the time when you meet this person. It's because you've worked on getting yourself into alignment with them so that the universe could bring the two of you together. You've done your part to manifest this connection, and they might have also been working on it, whether they knew that's what they were doing or not. I don't know if they cultivate a spiritual practice, but if they do, I'm getting the sense there's a powerful manifestation going on here that has allowed the two of you to come together. And we have also the Nine of Wands, which I would say is probably directly connected to the Ten of Wands that we had in the first part of your reading, and the message that I was getting that you're going to be very close to that Ten of Wands when you meet this person, and they're going to help you get through to the end of the cycle and put down the final wand and restart over at the Ace of Wands and go through like your death transformation. So there, you're at the time when you come together with your soulmate, you're going to be at the 9, and then when you're in your relationship, you're going to go through the 10 so that you can have the death rebirth and then start over in a new cycle. There is a lot of new moon energy here. So it's going to be when you're very close to the end of a cycle, and then this relationship's going to help you end the cycle, to put it that way. That's the reason I'm seeing that the Nine of Wands would be here, is just as a confirmation, that you're going to do most of the healing work yourself. We did see the Four of Swords and the healer energy in the previous part of your reading. That's like part of your personality. You're persevering. That's another message with the Nine of Wands card, specifically about the need to keep going because you're almost at the end of a cycle. And it's this card I usually take as encouragement from your spirit guides. It's saying like you're at the 9, you fought really hard to get here, and you can keep going. It's the perseverance card. Like, don't give up 5 minutes before the miracle. You fought so hard to get here. You're almost there. You need to keep going. So whatever area of your life that applies to, I still also see you being in your strength. So I wouldn't, sometimes with this card, there can be a message about, needing to reevaluate. Am I putting too much energy into this? I don't see it being imbalanced like that here, specifically because we have the strength card here. And I would see this card maybe also being tied to this don't let your past hold you back energy. There might be something related to the 9, 10 of Wands here that is related to needing to end a cycle related to maybe past relationships or past connections, or maybe like past like family of origin issues. Whatever it is, however that applies to you, there's a message here, don't let your past hold you back. So I think as long as you're like working on getting through whatever the situation is, and I see you doing that. I am getting a very like determined energy from you. I think you're on the right track, and I don't think you are going to let your past hold you back here. I think you're working very hard not to let that happen. And I would take this as recognition that you're going to be, when you come together with your soulmate, you're going to be in a place where you are not letting your past hold you back, or you're very close to getting to a place where you've released that stuff. So take that however it resonates, and then we have the world. And when I pulled this card, I heard the message I heard in my head was, your soulmate wants to give you the world. They, we saw at the first part of the reading, like they're going to treat you like a queen, and not in an unbalanced, unequal way. They're not putting you on a pedestal. It's like they're treating you as the queen or king, and then they're going to be your queen or king counterpart. Whatever that means for you. You could both be kings, you could both be queens, however that means for you. They're going to be a counterpart, and they're going to treat you as the royal counterpart, and they want to give you the world because they know that you would bend heaven and earth for them too. You have such like a committed, determined energy that they know that you're just exactly as invested in this relationship as they are. And so I wanted to convey that intuitive message. And then the world card also brings a message about traveling the world. So you could meet this person while you're traveling, or they could be traveling to your country. This might be a long distance connection. You might live in different countries or just be from different parts of the world. You could meet on the beach. There's a beach on this card. You could meet on vacation. Or it could just be a message that traveling is something that you are passionate about, or they are passionate about, and that might be something that you want to do together when you are together, when you come into union. And I also wanted to say, with the new moon in Sagittarius, luck is on your side. I was also hearing shoot your shot, because it is, it's a bow and arrow. And so I'm getting, and you are in this strength energy, and you do have a lot of options. I'm getting the sense you might be the person who initiates the romantic relationship here. It might even be something that's outside of your comfort zone to do, but you're not letting your past hold you back. And luck is on your side, and confidence is your key to success. So if you are the person who makes the first move, it's going to work out. You don't need to worry about that. So I just wanted to mention that. And then we have these numbers here. And so the numbers that I rolled on the dice are 3, 8, and 9. And then we have 8 again in the Strength card. And we also have the 9 of Wands. And we also have the 21 on the World, which reduces to 3. So that's just extra confirmation for me that these numbers are significant to this relationship. And they could be referring to Gemini, Scorpio, or Sagittarius again. We did see Scorpio with the Death card in the beginning of your reading. It could also be referring to the month of March, August, or September. Those could be months that are significant to this relationship. We also have Leo season, which is over the summer. I believe it is July and August. And then we have Sagittarius season, which I think is actually happening at the time when I'm posting the video, which I think is like November, December. So that could be when you're going to meet this person, or just when a time in your life when you're like in alignment with them, when you're on the path towards coming into union with them. And then we also have a 7 on the 7 of Cups, and we have a 1 with the Magician, which could be referring to the month of January or the month of July, which is again associated with Leo season. And the number 1 would be Aries, and the number 7 would be Libra, which was again being reflected in the Balance card and the Justice card. And then, as I said, we have some Leo energy specifically with the Strength card. We have some water energy with the Cups card, and then some fire energy with the Wands card. And also the 3rd, the 8th, the 9th, the 1st, the 7th, or the 21st of the month, whatever month you meet this person, could be significant. I know that's a lot of numbers, but there's lots of numbers here. So could be different for different people who are listening. So just take whatever resonates. And with that said, pile 2, I am going to end your reading here. If you liked the reading, please feel free to give it a like and or comment down below and let me know how it resonated. I'm also open to ideas for future videos. And if you'd like to see more from me, please feel free to subscribe to my channel. And thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in my next one. Hello, Pile 3, and welcome to your reading. I am very excited about today's reading because we are going to be finding out about your relationship with your soulmate. And also, all the cards here are very exciting for me. So, this first spread is going to be about your relationship. And then the next spread's going to be about what your soulmate loves about you, which is also related to your relationship because how we relate to other people informs their opinions of us. So, it'll give us some extra clues there and also a bit of an ego boost. And then the last spread we're going to look at is going to be clues about how, when, and where you're going to come into union with your soulmate. So, right off the bat, I want to say this is going to be a very fun, very exciting. Like this person's going to come into your life like a firecracker, and I think this relationship with your soulmate is going to be like a revelation for you. That's the word that's coming into my head. And it might be connected with the fact that we have the Messiah card here as your archetype card. I just think, and with the Two of Swords here, like I just think that when you come into union with your soulmate, it's going to help reveal things to you that maybe you weren't, maybe you were confused about, or you weren't seeing clearly, you weren't able to maybe put in perspective. I think that this relationship with your soulmate is going to really help. The phrase that's coming into my head is cut through the BS. So if you have some BS in your life, or whatever you're going through, if you're having maybe some self-esteem issues, or you've maybe had some past bad connections that were toxic or were really hard, if you've had your heart broken, if you've had people who didn't show up for you, whatever it is that you've gone through in the past, this relationship, I think, is going to come in, and I'm getting a very like fast moving, almost, is cataclysmic the right word? Or a catalyst is another word that also applies here. I'm sorry if you can hear my cat in the background. He's going crazy. And that's kind of maybe the energy of this relationship. It's just, there's something about it that is like bam, like this, it comes into your life, your soulmate comes into your life, you come into union with them, and like suddenly everything becomes clear, and it's like, this is my person, this is the person I was meant to be with, and like the rest of the things that have happened are suddenly in context. Does that make sense? It's a very positive energy that I'm picking up on, and I'm feeling excited, and I'm talking quickly because of the energy that I'm picking up on here. So to start off, we do have, I am going to talk about the Oracle cards first. So we have the full moon in Virgo, which says you are good enough. We have the full moon in Aries, which says a fiery climax approaches. And then, as I said, we have the Messiah archetype card, which says serving humanity with humility. And so right off the bat, with two full moon cards and also the World here as your first tarot card, I'm seeing this as being a very fulfilling relationship. It like covers all the bases. You know, it's emotionally fulfilling, it's physically fulfilling, it's there's a lot of compatibility, there's a lot of chemistry. It's like on a spiritual level, it's fulfilling. I think it's just gonna like answer if you are ever like confused about any aspect of your sexuality or relationship dynamics in your life. This is gonna help clear up any questions you have or any conclusion or confusions that you have about that. It's just gonna be, as I said at the beginning of your reading, it's gonna be like a revelation for you. And maybe in a way that you might not even have realized. It's gonna like shed light on things you might not have realized were in shadow, if that makes sense. And also, I want to point out, we have Virgo and we have Aries, and then we also have the Knight of Wands and the King of Pentacles. So, and I am picking up on a fiery energy. So I'm being called to say that your soulmate might be in Aries. I'm picking up on that kind of like cardinal fire energy, and that's why I'm getting that kind of like fast moving, like coming in like a bolt of inspiration. That might be how they enter your life. So they might be in Aries, or they might have like significant Aries placements. They might be in like an Aries Venus. And then with the King of Pentacles and the Virgo, they might also be a Virgo or have like significant Virgo placements, maybe like an Aries Sun and a Virgo Moon, or a Virgo Sun and an Aries Moon, or whatever. Or it could be, that could be, you could be a Virgo or an Aries, and then the other person could be your counterpart. Or this could just be, talking about the energy of the connection and not be either of your signs. Would it take it however it resonates for you. I am seeing with you are good enough. You might, like, part of what might be cleared up in this relationship is it might help you if you are somebody who in the past has struggled with self-esteem issues, or issues of worthiness. Maybe you had a partner who put you down a lot, or made you feel bad about yourself in some way. Your soulmate is going to come in and is going to show you that you are good enough. Because you are good enough. Wherever you are, whoever you are, however you are good enough. And you're good enough exactly as you are right now. You're worthy of everything that you want in this life. And your soulmate's going to come in and prove that to you. And I don't mean that in the way that, like, they're a prize that you've won. It could be, what I said could have been interpreted that way. That's not how I'm intending it to. Like, they're just gonna, it's not even like I'm proving you're worthy because you managed to land a relationship with me and I'm so awesome. It's like I'm shining a light on all the beautiful, wonderful, amazing parts of yourself that you might not see. So that could also be related to this feeling of revelation that I'm getting from this connection, of showing things that you might not realize you're not seeing clearly. Again, only take that as it resonates, but there's really, like, regardless, even if you're not somebody, if you've healed self-esteem issues, you don't feel, if you have high self-esteem, you don't feel like you have low self-esteem, it could just be saying this relationship is very affirming. This connection with your soulmate is going to feel really good and help you feel really good about yourself, even if you already feel really good about yourself. And there's going to be, with the fiery climax approaches, I'm getting a couple of things from that. This person could be coming towards you quickly. There is a lot of I'm picking up on a fast moving energy. They could be coming into your life soon if you have not met them yet. Or this could just be a message about the chemistry in your connection. I really don't see you guys having any issues in the bedroom. I think you're on exactly the same page, and it's just going to be very satisfying for everybody involved. So that's how I'm being called to read that. And then coming back to the Messiah card, serving humanity with humility, might be talking about, if this is like related to the two of you in a relationship, could be talking about maybe volunteering or giving back, or having a career where you are helping other people in some way. That could be just a clue as to maybe this person's career, or it could be a clue as to like something that the two of you are going to do together as a hobby. It could be that both of you are very passionate about giving back to your community, or working in the community, or volunteering your time, or even in other communities, because we have the World card, which is associated with traveling. Maybe that's something that the both of you are interested in, is maybe volunteering in other countries, or however that applies. And I'm also just being simply called to read this intuitively, as it's might be connected to the Two of Swords, which I was reading as gaining clarity about something that you're confused about. And so there's a connection between the word Messiah, which is, I would associate that with kind of a religious theme, and the word revelation, which again has a religious connection. And so again, only take that as it resonates. I'm not saying that you are religious or your person's going to be religious. You might be. That might be part of your connection. However, if that doesn't resonate for you, then it could just be saying, that the way I'm being called to read this is this relationship with your soulmate is going to be a revelation. And then that's just being confirmed by the fact that we have the Messiah card here. So again, take that however it resonates for you. So with the tarot cards, we do have the World. And, the interpretation that's coming up right off the bat is It could be that the two of you like to travel a lot, and that could be something that you do together a lot. And it could be that, or one or the both of you needs to travel for work, and you might end up connecting in different parts of the world. It could be that this could start out as a long distance connection. It could be that you two are from different countries or different continents, different areas of the world, and then you're going to be brought together as like a blending of different cultures, maybe. It could also be talking about, because the world talks about completing a cycle and getting to like the end of a cycle, and then we're celebrating because we did a good job. Where it's like a message from the universe of like, congratulations, we finished a cycle. And that's being also confirmed by the fact that we have 2 full moons here. The full moon is at the end of the cycle, so and also this is being immediately followed by the Ace of Cups, which is the ace of the beginning of a new cycle. So this could also be confirming that message for, this might be a relationship that might be different in some fundamental way to other relationships that you've had in the past, especially if you've maybe had connections where you were made to feel like you weren't good enough in some way. This could be saying that cycle of your life where you were dealing with people like that is ending, because this soulmate's coming in, and being with this person is going to help boost your self-esteem, and it's going to help open up your heart chakra. And I'm getting that message confirmed by the Ace of Cups being here, which can talk about opening up our heart, opening ourselves up to new emotional connections. And part of that is being vulnerable, and part of being vulnerable is humility, which we have on the Messiah card. And it's also accepting ourselves the way that we are, because we know that we're good enough, and that the people who are worthy of our love and attention and passion are going to come into our lives, and the people who are not are not for us, and we don't need to pay any attention to them anymore, because we know we're good enough, if that makes sense. And I am the green color on the Virgo card is related to that heart chakra. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here. And then there's also a dragonfly. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a dragonfly on the lip of the cup on the Ace of Cups. And dragonflies, like butterflies, can be a symbol of transformation. And they also have an additional message about spirituality. Dragonfly is a very spiritual, is it an animal or an insect? I don't know. It's a very spiritual creature associated with spirituality. So it could be maybe in addition to helping you open up your heart space, this connection with your soulmate might also help you connect with your spirituality. Or it could be just a message maybe that this dragonfly might represent one of your spirit guides, and it might be saying, we're helping you open up your heart space by bringing this soulmate into your life, if that makes sense. Either way, with this Ace of Cups here, I'm seeing the start of a new emotional cycle for you that is going to be very fulfilling and help you kind of close out what you need to close out from the previous cycle in your life. So then we have the Knight of Wands, and I am being called to interpret this Knight of Wands as your soulmate being represented here. And I was initially thinking, because we also have the King of Pentacles as your last card there, I was thinking that, okay, I'm being drawn to this Knight of Wands as your soulmate, so I'm, is this King of Pentacles representing your energy, like pile 3's energy? And I'm being told no, that the Knight of Wands is here to represent your soulmate, and the King of Pentacles is just energy related to how it's going to feel to be in this relationship. It's not representing one or the other of you. It's maybe more of like a joint energy. And so with the Knight of Wands here, it could be, we do have Aries, and the Knight is a cardinal energy, more cardinal than the Page, which would be less action oriented. And it's cardinal fire because we have the Wands, and cardinal fire is Aries. So again, that's kind of confirming for me. We might have this your soulmate might have significant Aries placements, or this is just representing their energy when they're in this relationship with you. And the Knight of Wands is somebody who is very fun-loving, adventurous, outgoing, very extroverted, loves to have a great time, very charismatic, probably has a pretty big friends group. And if you identify as either an introvert, or if you are maybe shy or cautious around other people, maybe if you have some, especially if your heart chakra is closed, if you have maybe some trouble connecting with people, maybe because of experiences that you might have gone through in the past with people who were not worthy of your time or energy and did not treat you well and did not make you feel good about yourself, it makes sense that maybe you would be a little bit closed off. This person's going to come in, and the phrase that popped into my head was, they're going to bring you out of your shell. They're going to help you embrace yourself to the point where you feel comfortable maybe making new emotional connections with the Ace of Cups, if that resonates for you. Either way, this person is extremely fun to be around. They're very funny. And the other thing was, when I was shuffling your cards, I was picking up on, for some reason, I was being drawn to like Spider-Man, and specifically Into the Spider-Verse, which is an animated movie, and the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. So that could be something. Maybe your soulmate's really into Spider-Man. Maybe they're really into like the MCU, maybe, or comic books. That could be something that they're very interested in, or that could be something that you are very into. It could be like a shared interest, or it could be just be, if you meet somebody who's like very into Spider-Man, it could be a clue that you've met this person, and or it could just be that's kind of, maybe they have like a similar personality to Peter Parker or Miles Morales. However that resonates. I just wanted to bring that up because I was being shown those things while I was shuffling your cards. So just wanted to say that before I forget. And then we do have the Two of Swords, and usually when this card comes up in a reading, it can carry a message about being confused, about, we need to choose between two options. There's two swords. We kind of have to make a choice or a decision that we feel confused about, and we're having trouble with it. However, when I'm reading these cards intuitively, the interpretation that's coming to me is that might be something that you're struggling with right now, or that you will be struggling with when you come into union with this person. And they're going to help you. This card has scissors on it. They're going to help take the scissors. And I'm being shown like just cutting straight through. And as I said at the beginning, cutting through the BS, like just cutting through all the stuff we don't need anymore. All the toxic stuff. Maybe if there's still areas where maybe you have some baggage or leftover trauma or something from maybe the past that is cropping up. When it comes up in this relationship, your soulmate is going to help you figure out how to get through it, how to cut out the stuff we don't need anymore, stuff that's no longer serving us, and keep the stuff that is valuable and important. And they're going to help guide you through that. That's what I'm seeing. I'm being drawn to the knight again, and I'm seeing him kind of like dodging and weaving through this patch of like this rose bush, right? The thorny patch of roses, and like he knows exactly where he's going. He can help guide you through that. And I am saying he, but I mean it's regardless of gender. That's just what I'm being shown. Like this person is going to help guide you, and just there's a revelation, make things clear, shine light on the things that you might be confused about right now. So that's what I'm seeing with the Two of Swords. And then we have the King of Pentacles. And as I said, I was initially thinking, this might, if the Knight of Swords representing your soulmate, this might be representing you. However, I'm being told that this is just an overall energy. And the key words that are popping up with this card are security, stability, and safety. So, and it is a Pentacles card, so it might be talking about financial security. It could be that the two of you might be very financially stable. It could be that this person, the soulmate of yours, is like coming into the connection as somebody who has a lot of money, or is very financially stable. That could be you. It could be that the both of you are very financially secure in the time when you come into a union. Either way, I'm seeing that when you're in a relationship with this person, you do not have to worry about money. You are, and specifically money because it's a Pentacles card, but there's also the additional message. You do not need to worry about this relationship. There's stability and security here. You are going to feel very safe and secure in this relationship. And Pentacles also talks about commitment. If you want a committed relationship with your soulmate, it's going to be the highest level of commitment that you want. They're also going to want that too, and you're not going to need to worry about it. This relationship is going to help you put to rest any insecurity or anxiety you might have, especially because if this person's coming through as a very fiery energy, very outgoing, probably has a large friends group, I could see that potentially causing some insecurity, especially for somebody who might have struggled with self-esteem issues or worthiness issues. I don't think that's going to be a dynamic in your relationship with your soulmate, even if that is something that you might be anxious about. I think they're just going to put all of those fears to rest because they could not be more committed to you. It's just going to be such a fun, exciting, passionate, high chemistry connection. So fulfilling on all these levels. It's going to help you see things you might not have seen. It's going to help guide you, help you make decisions in your life. It's going to help open up your heart to new connections, and to a higher level of self-esteem, whatever that means for you. It's going to be very exciting. We have the world. You guys could be traveling all over the place, or just trying new things, experiencing different parts of the world, maybe experiencing different cultures, maybe even in your own city or your own region, wherever you live. It's just going to be such a fun and exciting connection. And at the end of the day, you're not going to have any doubt or concern about insecurity, about a lack of commitment or love. It's going to be so loving, fulfilling, nurturing. And there's a lot of, there might be a connection here with the, if you interpreted the Messiah card as volunteering, which again, it could also be connected to the World card here, as volunteering or giving your time or energy, or just being very generous in some way, because it's about like serving humanity. There's also a connection with the King of Pentacles, who is somebody who is very generous with time and money and giving back, and wanting to, being very compassionate about other people. And so I would see that, again, I'm being called to say that this is like about your relationship in general. So that could be, if that's something that you feel very passionate about, your soulmate also feels very passionate about it, and wants to engage in those activities with you, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm seeing with the first part of your reading, which is about your relationship. And now I'm going to move into the next part, which is going to be about what your soulmate loves about you. Okay, pile 3. So here we have some information about what your soulmate loves about you. And I want to say right off the bat, this is the first pile where I feel like your tarot cards are kind of like they're telling a story. And when I pulled them, I said out loud, like, I love this story that I'm being told here. And I want to say, I mean, the one thing right off the bat that's coming to me is that your soulmate loves how loving you are. And it seems like you've been through a lot, or you're currently going through a lot. There's like, you're on a journey, and there's probably people in your life who you've had to learn how to forgive, and you've come out the other side as somebody who is extremely caring and compassionate. Like, you've been through all this stuff and you haven't let it shut you down. Or you're not going to do that. I mean, you might be in a place right now where you are in survival mode. You might be at the beginning of this journey right now. I see you ending up at a place where you are able to open your heart up. Again, even though you've had all of these experiences where you would be justified in shutting down, and I think you haven't let it take you down. And that's something that your soulmate really admires about you. There's someone with a big heart, and that could have been, you maybe had people in your life or have currently people in your life who are taking advantage of that. And you're gonna get to a place where you're gonna learn how to cut through the BS, so you're not giving your heart to people who don't deserve it, if that makes sense. And it could be something that is going to happen while you're with your soulmate, it could be something that they're going to help you with. That could have been related to the Knight of Wands guiding you and the Two of Swords I was seeing in the previous part of the reading. Or this could be a journey that you're currently going through right now, and that you're going to be at the King of Cups by the time you come into union with your soulmate. And there could just be other stuff that, pops up while you're in the relationship that you're going to kind of work together to get through, if that makes sense. So I'm going to start up top with the Chakra Wisdom cards, and we have Discovery, Renewal, and Forgiveness. And Discovery and Renewal are both tied to the root chakra. And so what I'm getting from that is that you might have, or be current, like, I'm not sure where you are in this journey, but you might have had your foundation shaken in some way. There could be like family of origin issues. Maybe with the Forgiveness card sometimes carries a message about one of our parents or someone in our family of origin who created maybe a chaotic or unstable situation. There might have been substance abuse in the home growing up. And for whatever reason, it might have caused you to feel really ungrounded or unsafe in some way. And it could have been like maybe you were in a situation where you were just kind of in survival mode and you might not have felt safe anywhere. However, what I'm getting from these cards is that that's, you're going to be able to transmute that. You've been able to create your own foundation, and you've done that through a process of discovery. And this discovery card, when it came out, I was like, I don't even really need the other cards, because this card tells me pretty much everything I need to know about the story down there in your tarot cards. And I like to start with the oracle cards and then come down to the tarot cards. But like, this discovery card tells the whole story that I'm seeing in your tarot cards. And it's about the discovery card's about discovering our own worthiness. It's about having the realization that we don't have to put up with something that's not good for us or not serving us out of out of a sense of obligation, or for whatever, if someone else is making us feel bad. There's a connection to the Virgo card. You are good enough in the first part of the reading. For whatever reason, if we're staying in a situation or feeling stuck or feeling like we're not fulfilled, we're not getting what we need out of the situation, this discovery card is about having the realization that we can choose to walk away from that. We can choose not to accept things that are below the level of what we deserve. And there's a message of the discovery card of realizing that we are worthy of all the amazing, beautiful things that we want. And we're worthy of having our wildest dreams come true. And we're worthy of those things every single day. And we're worthy of love every single day. No matter where we are, or if we're having a bad day, or maybe, if we're having a day where we might have said something we regret, or snapped at somebody, or done something that was, maybe a little bit low vibrational, whatever it was, it doesn't matter. Every single day of your life, pile 3, you are worthy of love. And that's part of this discovery card. And it is related to the root chakra because it's a foundational belief. There is a connection to the heart on this card because the figure has a very bright, glowing heart. And I think having this discovery about the fact that I am worthy on a basic root level, and that's becoming one of my core beliefs, helps open up the heart space. And so this card, again, is very related to a lot of the messages that I was getting in the last part of the reading about your relationship with your soulmate, because I think this might be like one of your core life lessons that you might be in the process of learning and incorporating that into your life, or it might be something that is part of the previous cycle that you're just closing out so that you can be at the Ace of Wands and be open to something new. It could have been, something that's already happened or something that is going to happen for you. I'm just seeing this as like a significant part of your life's journey and your soul's purpose for this lifetime. And I also want to point out there's a spirit guide. I think it's a spirit guide. I'm interpreting it as a spirit guide on this card. So this is just confirmation for me that no matter where you are in your journey, you are being divinely protected and divinely guided. And so even in times when you might not feel stable or safe, your spirit guides are with you. You are never completely alone. even though you might have felt like that at times, because your spirit guides, your angels are always with you and they love you. Even if you're struggling to love yourself, the universe, your spirit guides, your ancestors, they love you and they support you. And they're working behind the scenes. There's also a moon on this card. When the moon pops up in a tarot reading, I usually interpret that as just an additional message that your spirit guides are working behind the scenes to help you out in whatever way that you need them to. There's stuff that we can't see. The moon, it's hidden secrets, illusions, things that we can't see. So this is a confirmation for me that your spirit guides are helping you. And you know, because this is a soulmate reading, I think they're helping you so that you can get into an alignment where you can be in alignment with your soulmate, so that your spirit guides and their spirit guides can make sure to bring the two of you together. And if you're not quite there yet, you will be. And when you are, you're going to come into union with this soulmate. So I wanted to say that. And then we have another root chakra card, which is about renewal. And this one carries a pretty straightforward message. I would say it's related to the fact that we had messages in the previous part of the reading about ending one cycle and starting a new cycle, because that's what this card is about. It's about renewing our foundation, because it is again connected to the root chakra, which is about safety, security, foundation, or core beliefs. And this card's giving me the sense that you might have had to kind of rebuild your life in some way, even if it's just rebuilding yourself emotionally from something that might have happened. And I think having this discovery about where you are in your life, maybe things that were not satisfying, that you don't have to sit around and settle for less when you are worthy of more, might have led you to a place where you are ready to renew the things in your life that need to be renewed. You're ready to grow something new out of the ground of the past. And I think that's something that your soulmate, even if you don't know this person, your soulmate, if you haven't met them yet, which for the majority of you, I think that you probably haven't met this person yet, this is something, your ability to rebuild from the ground up is something that your soulmate really admires about you. And it's something that, as I said, like, I'm getting this message of something that I think blows them away is, despite the fact that you might have had to rebuild on a foundational level different aspects of your life, and maybe having to rebuild your self-esteem from like the ground floor, like on a fundamental level, you still have managed to get to a place where you are able to be in a place of forgiveness and an energy of forgiveness. And it takes a lot of compassion and a lot of humility, which I'm seeing that we had humility on the Messiah card and we have the word humility on the student card. It takes like so much empathy and self-love to be able to get to a place where we can forgive other people and also forgive ourselves. Because the basis of forgiveness is not necessarily about absolving somebody else of their poor choices or bad behavior or toxic traits or whatever. It's not about letting somebody else off the hook for the bad things that they've done or the way that they've treated us. Forgiveness is about being able to let go of resentment so that it doesn't end up hurting us. You know, being able to let go of anger and resentment and sadness and all those things, like feel those emotions, work through them, and then let go. That's what forgiveness is about. In my opinion, that's how I've had to frame it, because I've had experiences too where my root chakra was very imbalanced, and I've had to do a lot of this stuff too to get to a place of forgiveness, and importantly being able to forgive myself. And this card in the book carries a description about needing to forgive myself for loving people who hurt me. So take that as it resonates, but that's absolutely what I'm getting from the journey of your tarot cards that is ending in the King of Cups energy. That's absolutely being reflected up here in the discovery, the renewal, and the forgiveness. And forgiveness also, if that's something that's it's really hard in my experience. It's hard, and it's something, it's like a practice. It's something that I have to cultivate. I think that if that's something that you're struggling with, or something that you're like, I'm absolutely not ready to do that, that's okay. You know, this card is connected to the third eye chakra, so there's a connection with this card for me to the spirit guide I'm seeing on the discovery card. I think if you're having trouble, you can always ask your spirit guides for help with that. Like, Spirit, please help me work on forgiveness. Please help me let go of the resentment, or please help me let go of the anger I'm feeling. You can ask your spirit guides for help, and they will help you. And there could be additional context here. If you're resonating with this idea of something that might have happened with your family of origin or in your childhood, there could have been someone in a position of authority, or somebody in your family of origin who also struggled with substance abuse, because there's a specific message with this card about that, and about, you know, the chaos that it causes, and needing to be able to first just walk away, get ourselves out of that situation as a way to to rescue ourselves and to protect ourselves. So only take that if it resonates. But I think that concept really resonates for me as somebody who grew up in a household affected by addiction. That definitely, this card definitely resonates for me a lot. So again, only take that if it resonates for you. I'm seeing it, you've done a ton of work on your heart and your emotions, and your foundational beliefs and your self-esteem, and getting to a place where you can approach the world with humility and compassion despite the things that have happened in your past, or perhaps even because of them. It might have helped you cultivate empathy for other people. Not that that's something that you would have struggled with regardless. However, it just might have been like an opportunity to practice empathy, to put it that way. So again, take that however it resonates. And then we have your archetype cards, and we have Networker, which says, enhances unity through the sharing of information, engenders social awareness and empathy. And then we have Student, which says, humility and devotion to knowledge, openness to lifelong learning. And so I think that's really important because, first of all, you might be a student, you might be in school, you might have decided to go back to school. That could just be a confirmation from Spirit about that. Or this could be talking about all this energy of renewal, of going through something, ending one cycle, and then starting again at the ace, and being willing to be open to new ideas, learning new things, seeing the world from a different perspective. We also had the World card, so that's, it's being open to seeing things from other people's perspective. And there's also, with the word humility being here a couple of times, I want to say something that I learned was humility is not necessarily about just being humble. There's also a message about compassion, because humility is about being able to understand and accept that I'm not perfect. That I have strengths and I have weaknesses. I have things that I'm good at and I have things that I struggle with, and being very authentic about that. I practice humility when I can recognize my strengths and share those gifts with other people, and recognize things that I might need to ask for help with, or, just being willing to be honest and vulnerable about the things that I struggle with. So it's approaching learning and new experiences with that humility energy, and being in a beginner's mind of saying, like, I've been through all this stuff. I've had to do so much growth and discovery and renewal and forgiveness, and I'm still coming through the other side knowing that I don't know everything, and that I'm open-minded and willing to listen to other people, learn from other people, be compassionate towards other people, recognize that other people have different experiences than me, and experience the world in different ways, and that we all have things to teach each other. And I think that's great, and I think that's also connected to the Networker card, because it says enhancing unity. So it's a connecting to other people, maybe through sharing our experiences. And there's also a connection with this card to the Messiah card, and to that what I was picking up about maybe volunteering, or maybe advocacy, like working to enhance, what's the word I want? It says social awareness. It says social awareness. That's not really the word that I want. What am I trying to say? Like, you could be somebody who, you might have like a following on social media, or you might use your social media in order to promote a cause, or raise awareness about something that you feel passionate about, and maybe about something that's related to past areas of your life, maybe things that you struggled with, and maybe like you might have an interest in, because you are so compassionate, might have an interest in giving back or helping other people in a way that maybe you were not helped yourself. And I want to say, when I was reading the description of this card, there's a phrase associated with this card that says forging links. So it's forging links. Like, a networker is making connections between people, and the specific phrase was forging links. And then we have your Starseed card, which says forge, don't follow. Pave a new path, be the leader you wish you had. And so that's why I'm also kind of bringing up the idea that you might have had to go through things in your life, and you might have felt alone. I was kind of picking that up with the Discovery card. You might have felt like you were alone, having to deal with all this stuff going on in your life. Or maybe people were against you. The people in your life might have actively fought against you. We do have the Five of Swords card here. And you might have had to kind of evolve into this King of Cups. The king is a leader. You might have had to step into a leadership role in some way. Maybe you have become an advocate for other people because you didn't have an advocate for you when you needed one. That you might have been in a place where you had to go through everything alone and come out of it the other side, not wanting anybody else to have to go through that, what you went through, on their own. If that makes sense. Again, take that as it resonates. Either way, I'm being told by your soulmate here that even if you're not there yet, like, again, no matter where you are on this journey, it could be that part of your soul's purpose is to be a leader in some way, to take a leadership position in some way. Even if that's just leading by example, by having done the healing work to rebuild your foundation and forgive other people, and be in that beginner's mindset, you might just be leading by setting that example for other people, maybe other people in your life, or other people that you are in connection with. There's a lot of power in that as well, as just sharing that energy with other people. Regardless of whether you would see yourself as being a leader or not. That is part of a leadership energy, and that's something that the King of Cups is very good at. And it's also something that your soulmate loves about you, is that you do forge. You're forging a new path in some way, and you're by doing that, you are helping other people, whether you are aware of that or not. Like, whether that's something you're doing intentionally. I would just say, if you are aware of it, then it is something you're doing intentionally, because I see you as somebody who cares about helping other people. So however that resonates for you, that is something that the soulmate really loves about you. And we have a good mix of chakra energies here between the lower chakras and the upper chakras. We have the two root card chakras, and then forgiveness associated with the third eye. And then on the networker card, I would see that being associated with the crown chakra, the student card associated with the heart chakra. And then on the forge don't follow card, we kind of have a mix of that green and purpley energy, the purpley pink energy. And so this spread is telling me you probably have a pretty good balance. And then we have a lot of blue, some green and some red down in the tarot cards. So you could also be working on your throat chakra. That could have been something that is very important to your path forward here, like on this journey I'm seeing through the tarot cards here. So I am going to talk about the tarot cards, and it is telling me a story. Like I think your soulmate wanted to share, because they're so proud of you. They want to share, like I said, like this is the first pile where I'm like, this is a narrative. Like this is a progression through different stages that has allowed you to embrace your inner King of Cups. And I am seeing you as being this King of Cups. This figure, I would say, represents you. And so we're starting with the Four of Cups. And this card carries an energy of boredom, disillusionment, feeling stuck, and about being like disinterested in if somebody's coming towards you when you're in this Four of Cups energy, maybe with a new, a relationship offer or something, an emotional connection, you might feel closed off to that, either because it's not interesting to you, or maybe you just don't have the capacity to take on anything else at that moment. And so I'm seeing that as an energy that you were in at a certain point in your life. And if you were resonating as being in that energy right now, the good news is you're not going to stay there forever. You are going to progress out of that. And there's a similar energy between the Four of Cups and the Eight of Cups, which is like the end of this, or right before the end of this journey. However, the Four of Cups it's about being like bored and unsatisfied, but feeling stuck. Like the Four, there's no kind of forward momentum with the Four. And so you might have felt kind of like emotionally stuck at a certain point, which I could understand. If you were dealing with stuff in your life that is related to these foundational issues, these self-esteem issues, maybe you had a chaotic home life, whatever it was that you were dealing with, I could see that easily putting you into what I would call survival mode, which is a very stagnant energy, and we're just doing that to protect ourselves. There might have been a need here for you to protect your heart, and that might have been why your heart space was not expanding at this time. And what I'm seeing with the Six of Pentacles is the interpretation that's come into my mind, which might not be the traditional interpretation of this card, is I think you got to a place when you were in this Four of Cups energy where you started to take a look at the balance of things. Because the Six of Pentacles is a card that talks about a give and take, giving and receiving, and there needing to be a balance there. And with this card, sometimes the balance is not there. One person is giving more and receiving less. And so I think if you were in an energy of the Four of Cups where you're feeling emotionally unsatisfied and unfulfilled, and you might have been taking a look at, okay, well, what's on the balance sheet here? This isn't a fair and balanced give and take here. If I'm reading the energy correctly here, I think you realized you were getting the short end of the stick in some way. It is a Pentacles card. There could be something financial here. Maybe you were investing financially into something and you were not getting anything back from it. It could have been a time, maybe part of the reason why you might have felt stuck in a Four of Cups energy might have been because you are financially dependent on somebody else, and you might have felt like you didn't know how to break away from that. Whatever it was, there was an unequal exchange here, and it could just be talking about an exchange of energy, somebody investing more than they're getting back. And this card doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation. However, in the narrative that I'm being told here, I would see it as definitely imbalanced in some way. And then I think because you're feeling unsatisfied, you've taken a look at the give and take of this situation, you might have decided to, there's a couple of ways I can interpret it. You might have decided to, okay, I've realized this is imbalanced and I'm going to speak up about it, or try to take some action about it. And then you might have been met with the Five of Swords at that point. Or the Five of Swords could just be part of what you were going through at the time. Like these three cards could have been happening simultaneously, or it could have been you were feeling unsatisfied, you took a hard look at what was going on, you decided to speak up or do something about it, and you might have been met with the Five of Swords. Or it could have been you're feeling unsatisfied and you're taking a look at your situation and you have all this Five of Swords going on at the same time. So take that however it resonates. The Five of Swords is a card that talks about a couple of things. First of all, it can talk about being surrounded. The people on this card are surrounded by swords. They're being attacked in some way. You can talk about being surrounded by negative people, negative influences, toxic people, a lot of really dark energy. Here, it can talk about being manipulated or attacked by people who do not have your best interests at heart. And it can also talk about needing to sacrifice too much to get the outcome that you want. And it could be a situation where maybe if you were feeling stuck and trapped in some way, maybe you felt like you couldn't fight your way out of it. That you would maybe the people around you would not have let you get to a place where that Six of Pentacles was balanced, because that wouldn't have served them, and they were not thinking about your needs in that situation. Or it could be that maybe you realized while you were in that situation you were giving up too much, you were sacrificing too much. So again, take that however it resonates. Either way, it was not a pleasant place to be. And I mean, part of the reason why my initial interpretation was that maybe you had tried to speak up about something, or tried to affect some sort of change, and then you were met with resistance, is because the number 5 can talk about change. So I'm getting a message for some of you that you might have tried to make a change, and then the people in your life didn't like that, and they fought back against whatever you were doing, and they might have been very toxic and negative about it. And if that is the case, or even if it isn't, either way, we have the Eight of Cups here, which is a card that has a similar energy to the Four of Cups in terms of not being fulfilled, not getting what we need out of a situation. However, while the Four of Cups can feel stuck and stagnant, the Eight of Cups, when we get to the 8, we're in a place where we're finally ready to walk away from something that is not serving us, it's not working for us, it's not fulfilling our emotional needs. So if it is a situation where you did try to change something and people came at you about it, I could understand that being a catalyst for saying, okay, well, if I'm not ever going to get what I need out of this situation, if it's never going to be a fair and balanced situation, if I'm going to sit here and have to be bored and disillusioned and disappointed and unfulfilled or just be in survival mode for the rest of my life, that's, I deserve more than that. And that's why I'm saying these cards here I could see as definitely related to the Discovery card up top, because I was talking about that, realizing that you're worth more, that you're always worthy of having your emotional needs met every single day of your life. Even when you're having a bad day or you've been behaving badly, you are still worthy of love and of being loved unconditionally. And it could be when you're at the point of the Eight of Cups, you make the decision to walk away from whatever that past situation was, whether you might have needed to walk away from a person, you might have needed to cut ties with certain family members, you might have needed to walk away from a relationship that was maybe abusive in some way, emotionally abusive. You might have been spending time with with toxic people or narcissistic people, and you might have just realized, I'm never going to get my needs met in this situation, and I deserve to have my needs met, and so I'm going to walk away. That's what this Eight of Cups is telling me. And by doing that, you have managed to transform into the King of Cups. You've managed to become it's not becoming someone else. You've just managed to become who you are. You've managed to, I guess, embrace who you are is the way to put that. And you've done it in a way where you haven't closed off your heart space. You've actually opened up your heart space by learning to love yourself however you are. Because the King of Cups understands that he cannot pour from an empty cup. He needs to fulfill his own emotional needs first before he can share that love with other people. And that's, I think, an important lesson that you've learned. And I know I sometimes use gendered language with the court cards, but these cards can apply to any gender. And I do see you as being that King of Cups. And the King of Cups is also somebody who is very good at setting boundaries. And I think that's something that you have needed to learn, especially if you went through this journey from the Four of Cups to the Six of Pentacles to the Five of Swords to the Eight of Cups. I definitely see setting healthy boundaries with people as a very important life lesson that has allowed you to be in this place of renewal and renewing your root chakra and being able to forgive other people and come from a place of forgiveness while not sacrificing your own emotional and mental health in the process. That's the kind of the journey, the journey through here that your soulmate wanted to share with me so that I could reiterate it for you. And again, regardless of where you might be in this journey, this is the progress that you are going to have made while you're in a relationship with your soulmate. And it could be that this is a journey that they witness you going through while you're together, or it could be something that you've worked on by the time you come into union with your soulmate. I am kind of getting that message because the first card in the last part of the reading was the World, which talks about the end of a cycle. And then we had the Ace of Cups immediately. So it could be once you get to the King of Cups, your soulmate's going to come into your life. You're going to work on closing out the last bit of the cycle and starting at the Ace of Cups with this beautiful new relationship. And if you've shared, I see you as being very open, networker, very good communicator, student, and all the humility messages, I would say there's a good chance you've shared this whole story with your soulmate, and all and you've been you've been very vulnerable and very willing to share all of those things that happen and the way that you, your genuine emotions about it. And so they're sharing that with me as something that they really love and admire about you. You've gone through all of this and you've come out the other side as this King of Cups. And there's a lot of cups energy here. I think that your soulmate really loves how loving you are and how loving you're willing and able to be despite the experiences that you've gone through with other people. That's something they really, really admire about you. And I also want to say, we do have a lot of cups energy here. So there's a chance that you might be a water sign, or you might have a lot of water in your chart. Only take that as it resonates. And with that said, I am going to move into the final part of your reading, which is going to be clues about how, when, and where you might come into union with your soulmate. So pile 3, I want to say right off the bat, I'm getting the sense, I said in the last part of the reading, I wasn't sure where you were in terms of this emotional journey that I was seeing in the tarot cards. These cards are telling me you're probably nearing the end of that journey right now. For the majority of you, are probably getting close to your Eight of Cups and embracing your King of Cups energy. You're very close to the end of that cycle for a lot of you. Either way, you are going to come into union with your soulmate when you are at the ending one cycle and starting a new one. And I'm having that confirmed in several different ways for me. First of all, we have your first Moonology card is you're very close to achieving your goal, which with the gibbous moon. And I would take that as just a direct confirmation that if you are somebody who's towards the end of that journey, this person's coming in fast. I was picking that up in the first part of the reading, just a very kind of fast moving energy being confirmed for me with the appearance of Aries here again. And we have the new moon in Aries, which says it's time to take action, and the new moon in Scorpio, which says work through your fears. And we have 2 new moons, so that's saying it's going to be, when you're close to the end of, or at the end of one cycle and starting a new cycle. And that's again confirmed with the fact that we had the World followed by the Ace of Cups in the first part of the reading. And the fact that we have the 10 of Cups here, because the 10 is like the end of a cycle. So with your Moonology cards, we could also, you're very close to achieving your goal. I think if you're working towards something in your career or or if you're like just working on a project, even if it's just a personal project, you're very close to achieving your goal is telling me that you're going to be coming into union with your soulmate when you're towards the end of maybe a project that you're working on. Only take that if it resonates for you, but we do have the Queen of Pentacles here, which I was being called to interpret that when I saw the card as somebody working hard towards a goal. We have the Queen of Pentacles looks like she's working hard in her garden to cultivate something, and Pentacles is related to, material success and financial success and career, and just like patience, determination, working on something kind of one day at a time. So if you are working towards some sort of goal, again, you're going to come into union with your soulmate when you're towards the end of your project, or you're like when you're almost there, kind of, to put it that way. Again, that message might not resonate. It might just be that, it's talking about the kind of emotional, spiritual journey I was talking about the previous part. It's going to be when you're at the end of that cycle, or towards the end of that cycle, and when you're getting ready to start a new cycle with this new moon energy. And then we do have Aries again, and I was picking that up with the Knight of Wands, and then we had Aries in the first part of your reading. So your soulmate very well could be an Aries or a fire sign. And we have the Empress here, which represents the Divine Feminine, which I'm taking to represent your energy. And the divine counterpart to the Empress is the Emperor, which is often associated with Aries. So again, lots of Aries, very cardinal, very fire-based energy coming in here for you. And then we also have work through your fears with the new moon in Scorpio. Scorpio is a water sign. I was picking up on a lot of water energy. So you could be a Scorpio or have a lot of water in your chart, or just be in like a scorpionic period of your life, and work through your fears tells me that you are working through your fears. I think this card being here is also related to the Seven of Swords here, which I think, I was talking at the beginning of the reading, picking up on an energy of somebody who might be anxious about starting, like opening the heart up a little bit. I think you've worked very hard on that, and you are working very hard on that. We do have the Ten of Cups being towards the end of an emotional cycle. But there could be like a very valid and legitimate fear of giving our heart to somebody who is like lying or being deceptive in some way, because the Seven of Swords is about deception and about people who have bad intentions, people who are manipulative, and so I think that it could be at a time when you're learning how to work through your fears about somebody else coming into your life who is going to deceive you, or maybe like cheat on you or betray you or lie to you in some way. There could be there could be a situation where you might be unsure about your soulmate at first, because they might come in with a very kind of Aries, fiery, passionate energy, and that might scare you a little bit, because it might seem like, that's really fun, loving, and great. However, I'm having trouble trusting that that it's not either too good to be true, or that you're not just going to tell me everything I want to hear and then be deceptive because of my past experiences. However, I think if you are, if that was me speaking with your voice, I think that you're going to be in a place where we also have the Queen of Swords here, who is a very clear communicator. And I think that you're going to be in a place where you're able to work through those fears with your soulmate, because you're able to communicate them in just a very authentic and honest way, saying that I have these fears and these legitimate concerns based on my past experiences, and this is why, if I want to slow down, or I want to, because the very action-oriented Aries energy might be scary, you might put the brakes on and say, listen, I want to take things one step at a time with the Queen of Pentacles, and really cultivate something really meaningful here. I want to have my Ten of Cups with you, but I just need to be reassured that you have good intentions, and that you're invested in this relationship as I am, or I want to be, or but that we're on the same page here. And I think that that's really going to help your connection. I think your soulmate's very open to that. They might come in, as I said, with like a very fiery, passionate energy. However, their heart space is also very open, and they're very open to working on things together. That was what I was picking up in the first part of the reading, was they're absolutely going to help guide you through things that you might still feel confused about. They're very willing to work with you together as a team to build the relationship that both of you deserve to have together, and it's going to be a very beautiful connection. So I wanted to say that off the bat. That's what I'm getting with these Moonology cards here. And it's time to take action card was just coming to me as an interpretation that this is your soulmate's energy. They seem to be somebody who's very action oriented, and then work through your fears, I think is might be coming from you. That's how I'm being called to interpret that. However, it could be that, the energies are a little bit reversed. Maybe you are somebody who feels like you want to take action, you want to start something new because you're ready to do that. You could be in a very action-oriented phase in your life, and it could be that the both of you struggle with certain anxieties or fears about things, and that's something that you're going to be able to communicate about in a very authentic way that's going to help build intimacy together and build to a relationship where both of you can feel very emotionally fulfilled. So I know this was supposed to be clues about the timeline, but I just wanted to add a little bit of extra context there that I was picking up on. So we do have the Empress, and all of these cards actually have flowers on them. There's kind of like a floral motif here, and so this could be saying that you're going to come into union with this person, or maybe take a significant step forward in your relationship at springtime or summertime when things are blooming. And we have a 3 on the Empress card, so it could be in March when things are starting to bloom again after the winter. We also have certain, I'm going to go through the numbers first. We have the number 3, we have the number 7, we have the number 10. And then we have, 3 plus 7 equals 10 again. And we have the numbers that I rolled on the dice are 10, 11, and 12, which I was like, wow, okay, that's interesting. And that's also a confirmation for me that you're going to come into union with your person when you're at or near the end of a cycle. Because these are like the last, they're only 12-sided dice. So these are the last steps in the cycle, in like a step-by-step progressive way, which is also connected with the Queen of Pentacles, doing things very kind of methodically. So these numbers are also related to, we have March with the 3, we have July with the 7, and then we also have some end of the year energy with a 10, which would be October, 11 is November, and then 12 would be December. So it could be like coming up soon, or like it's in the winter through the spring, maybe into the summer is when you start to embark on this relationship. So just take that however resonates. And then we have the signs that I would associate with these numbers are, we have Gemini, Libra, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. So we have more air energy than I was seeing in the cards, although we do have the Queen of Swords here, and we did have some Swords cards in the previous parts of the reading. Oh, and the 7 of Swords. And then we have Capricorn, and we have Pisces, which is a water sign, another water sign like Scorpio. So that could be representing their sun, moon, or rising, your sun, moon, or rising, or just prominent placements in your chart. And the Empress, I think, is sometimes associated with Taurus energy. And then I said the Swords is associated with air signs. And then we have the 10 of Cups, again, more water. And then we have the Queen of Pentacles. And we did have the King of Pentacles, the first part of the reading, and the Virgo. So, you might be an earth sign or a Virgo, or have those placements in your chart. So again, just take that however resonates for you. With the Empress, also, I would, if you have a menstrual cycle, you could meet this person at a time when you were very fertile. That message just came into, I usually don't mention that kind of stuff, but that message came to me intuitively, so I thought I would share that. for those for whom it applies. And the Empress is also about embracing the divine feminine. So this could be at a time when you are very much embodying your feminine side, whatever that means for you, very much embodying your feminine energy, which is, it's an attractive energy to be in, regardless of your gender. The divine feminine, very attractive energy. Then we do have the Seven of Swords, which I want to say, when this card came up, I intuitively read it as the Seven of Wands, and I had to kind of like correct myself a bunch of times in my head, like, no, that's the Seven of Swords, that's the Seven of Swords. And for some of you, the what I was thinking was, if this had been the Seven of Wands, this card, the Seven of Wands card, would remind me about setting healthy boundaries. And then I would relate that back to working through your fears. I think that I'm going to share that message, even though this isn't the Seven of Wands, just because I think that might be relevant to some people, that you're going to be at a place when you meet your person where you are setting very clear and healthy boundaries, and being in that Queen of Swords energy is going to help you with that, with being very clear about what your needs are, what your boundaries are. And it is the Seven of Swords, and so I am going to take that as my original interpretation of the Seven of Swords, which was you might have dealt with people who had been very deceptive in the past, or just been lied to a lot, or betrayed a lot in the past, and so that could cause a lot of fear. However, there's words on this card that say hope and reflection, and so I think you're going to be in a place where you've worked on healing what happened with the Seven of Swords. I think you've healed it as much as you could on your own, and you're going to be in a place where being in a relationship with your soulmate is going to help you kind of do the last bits of healing that need to happen here, to kind of really work through the end of the fear, the end of the anxieties here, and get to a place of comfort and stability with that King of Pentacles I was seeing. So that's how I would interpret that. And then we have the Ten of Cups, which I'm being drawn, when I look at the Ten of Cups, my eyes are being drawn back up to, you're very close to achieving your goal. So I think those two are related, especially because the 10 is the end of a cycle. And so the 10 of Cups usually talks about like peak emotional fulfillment. It's like the happily ever after, whatever that means for you. If it's having, being in a committed relationship with the love of your life, and having, 2.5 kids and the white picket fence, and that whatever that happily ever after means for you, it's that top level of emotional fulfillment. And so I think that this could be reassurance from your spirit guides that your Ten of Cups is coming in with this person. You're very close to achieving your goal. If you're trying to manifest this soulmate, you are doing a great job, and it is bringing this person towards you. And this is also a message for me that because you've done all that self-esteem work and that root chakra work, and working on worthiness and forgiveness, and being in your King of Cups energy, and being in this Empress energy, very just a compassionate, loving energy, I would see that as, because you're in a place where you do not need to look for emotional fulfillment outside of yourself, that's attracting this soulmate towards you. You are a whole, totally fulfilled person on your own, and you're going to bring in this relationship where it's the two of you working together in partnership to have this beautiful connection that's going to be extremely fulfilling, very connected on a deep emotional level, very reassuring and affirming and concrete and committed and stable and safe, and also extremely exciting and fun, and very, very, very passionate. So you being in that King of Cups energy, that the Ten of Cups energy, is attracting this relationship in towards you. And the butterfly in this card is just I think a recognition from your spirit guides of the amazing transformation that you're going through, that you've been through, and you're getting to the end of this transformation. Your soulmate's going to come in, and you're going to be able to close off the end of the last cycle and be at the start of this new cycle with your soulmate. That's what I'm seeing with this card. And then we have the two queens. We have the Queen of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords. And these two cards have that yellow color that I associate with the solar plexus, chakra. So, and I was getting that message with the Queen of Pentacles of working hard on something. You're very close to achieving your goal. I see that your soulmate might come in at a time when you're working on a project, as I said, or you're working hard on your career, or you're building something new, you're nurturing something. You could be very interested in plants or gardening, because this queen is working outdoors in a garden, climbing a ladder. There could be a connection to climbing a corporate ladder, whatever that means for you. You're working on cultivating something at the time when this soulmate comes into your life. And that's how I'm being called to read this intuitively. I just see you as kind of being in an energy where you know that your soulmate's going to come into your life, and you're feeling very assured about it. And so you don't need to focus all your time and attention on that, because you got other stuff going on too. And that's, it's also related to that Empress card. It's very kind of abundant attitude, which attracts abundance kind of energy. So, again, take that however it resonates. We have the Queen of Swords, and the way I'm being called to interpret this intuitively is the Queen on this card looks so self-assured. So just, and like self-assured in a very calm way. Like, this queen knows she knows who she is. She knows who she isn't. It's like tied to that humility word of, I know my strengths. I know the things that I need help with, and I'm very authentic about that. Like, I speak my truth. I'm the Queen of Swords is a very clear and honest communicator. She'll make sure that she gets her needs met in any situation, because that's what she deserves. Everybody deserves to have their needs met, and she's happy to communicate what those are. And then that's also kind of bringing together the message of having healthy boundaries, making sure that we fill our own cup so that we can then fill other people's cups as well. And again, like, I'm just getting that very peaceful energy of somebody who knows exactly who they are and is living their authentic truth. And so even if you're not quite there yet, this, I think, is going to be an energy that you are in at the time when your soulmate comes into your life, or it might be something that you're working towards. If that's one of your goals, is to be able to get into that mindset or move towards being in that energy, I think that you're going to be definitely really be working on that stuff at the time when your soulmate comes into your life. And I want to reiterate, my eyes keep just being drawn right back to you're very close to achieving your goal. So whatever your goal is, I'm just being really drawn back to that card. If your goal is financial, if your goal is working on your self-esteem, if it's working through your fears, taking action towards the things that you want in your life, if you're working on manifesting, you're working on embracing your divine feminine energy, having faith in the universe, having faith in divine timing, having faith that this soulmate is going to be somebody who's not going to betray your trust, or even having something that just popped into my head is having faith that you're not going to betray your own trust, if self-sabotage might have been something that you might have had to work through in the past. Like, whatever it is, however that applies to you, you're very close to achieving your goal. And it could be multiple things. It could be on multiple levels. And it could just also be confirmation this person's coming in fast. By doing all this work and really embracing this energy, you were bringing this person towards you super quickly. And I want to add, we have the 10, 11, and 12, and that's the end of the cycle. That's the 3 steps before the end of the cycle. These dice only have 12 sides, and we have the progression from the 10 to the 11 to the 12, and that's how they came out. I didn't just line them up in order. They came out as a 10, and then an 11, and then a 12. So I want to throw that out there, and with that said, that's where I'm going to leave your reading today, pile 3. I hope that you liked it. If you did, please feel free to give it a like. Please comment down below and let me know how it resonated for you. And if you like my videos and you want to see more from me, you can always subscribe to my channel. My next video is probably just going to be a message from spirit guides, because I love doing soulmate videos, but they're very long. They take a long time and a lot of energy. So next one's just going to be a simple video, but if you do want to see more from me, please subscribe. And with that said, thank you very much for watching Pile 3, and I do hope to see you in my next video. Hello Pile 4, and welcome to your reading. I am excited about today's reading, which is going to be all about your relationship with your soulmate. And this first spread here is going to tell us about your relationship to each other. And then we're going to do another spread that's going to be about what your soulmate loves about you, which is also related to your relationship, because how we relate to other people informs their opinions of us. So we're just going to see what we can pick up from that, and it'll also be a little bit of an ego boost. And then the last part of the reading, we'll get some clues about how, when, or where you're going to come into union with your soulmate. So with that said, let's get into your reading today. I do want to say right off the bat, I'm picking up on, I don't want to call it a weird energy, it's like an unusual energy, something I'm not used to feeling, and I don't think it's coming from me. And I don't even really know how to describe it. It's almost like I'm almost 2.5 years sober. To me, it's reminiscent of like the physiological parts of feeling buzzed, but without the buzz. So what I'm feeling is my skin, it feels flushed, my heart is pounding, and I feel a little bit dizzy and disoriented. So I might be picking up on maybe your soulmate's energy, or this could be your energy coming through. And so only take that as it resonates, but it could also be a message if this is related to maybe like being high or being drunk or whatever. Like it could be that you're going to meet your soulmate when you're at a party or when you're out socializing in some sort of environment where there might be alcohol or anything else that might make you buzzed available at that venue. So that might just be a clue in terms of that. Or it could be the case that maybe your soulmate is somebody who maybe struggles with something like anxiety. I'm not really getting a ton of like anxious feelings. It's just more like a physiological reaction that I'm having that was happening the entire time I was shuffling the cards, and now that I'm talking, I'm feeling a little bit calmer, a little bit more settled. But I just wanted to mention that because I was like, this is unusual for me. I haven't felt this way in a long time, and I know it's probably not coming from my own body, so I just wanted to share that. And also as a disclaimer, if I seem a little bit disjointed in this reading, I might just be channeling someone's energy who might be a little bit all over the place. So please bear with me and keep that in mind if I go off track a little bit. I also want to say, when I was shuffling, I was picking up on the color purple, which might be your soulmate's favorite color. That might be your favorite color. I just was getting a very kind of purpley energy, of more like a dark kind of indigo purple, which could also be associated with the third eye, which is our connection to our spirit guides and like messages that we get from spirit, and our ability to perceive things from the spiritual world. And it could be that you might feel spiritually connected to your soulmate already. It could be that you have some sort of a psychic link to them, or it could be that maybe you see them in your dreams, you connect in your dreams or on the astral plane. Just take that however it resonates. Or it could just be saying, that this is I don't want to say like a highly spiritual connection. It could be. There's something very strongly spiritual about this connection, but I'm just hesitating to say that I think your soulmate is like a spiritual practitioner, because I don't know that about them. And I'm not sure that this is something that they're doing intentionally, but I think that at the very least they might be like a strong spiritual projector, because I'm having like a physiological reaction, and that usually doesn't happen. Even when I feel like I'm channeling someone's energy, it's like this, it usually doesn't affect me to this extent. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And then A couple other things I was picking up on. Well, I just want to get this out of the way before I start on the cards. I was picking up on somebody who loves candy, like particularly fruit flavored candy. Like I was thinking about Jolly Ranchers, Gushers, Sour Patch Kids, Skittles, fruit flavored popsicles, anything that has like that artificial fruit flavor and a lot of sugar in it. Could be something that your soulmate loves, could be something that you love, could be something that the two of you enjoy. And I was also picking up on a bit of like a nostalgic feeling. And again, only take this if it resonates, but it was reminding me of the kind of like 90s grunge era. It could be that that's one of your soulmates' like favorite music genres, or maybe one of yours, or you know, I mean, you could be much younger or much older than anybody would have an interest in that time period, but for me that's a nostalgic thing, so that's what I would associate with something nostalgic. So it could be that you know, now that I'm bringing it up, it could be that the two of you have met before, or might have met in this lifetime before, or might have had a connection in a previous incarnation here on Earth and in like a previous generation. Either, I mean, actually, now that I've said that, I think that that might be true, because I could see that being related to your cards here, that this is somebody that you know, at the very least know on a spiritual level. There's a lot of like strong spiritual energy here that I'm going to talk about in a second. So I wanted to talk about that. Or it could just be that they, in addition to like the nostalgia grunge kind of thing, it could be that that's like their aesthetic or their style of clothing that they prefer. It's like that kind of, I don't know what they call it nowadays. There's like soft grunge and all that. I'm not a very stylish person, but I was picking up kind of on that. So I just wanted to share that if that is relevant for whoever is listening. And then the feeling that I got, as I said, of being kind of flushed, a little bit dizzy, my heart's racing a little bit, might be something there that's related to this connection, or this could be about how your soulmate is currently feeling. I might be just picking up on that energy. So with all of that said, let's get into your cards. I want to say, when I first pulled your cards, my traditional interpretations for the cards that we have here were confusing me. When I was thinking about their traditional interpretations, and I was like, this doesn't feel right. It doesn't necessarily feel like I need to be taking the like original meaning of the card. It's just, I was picking up on a lot of intuitive message, like an intuitive way to interpret these cards. And again, it's like it's much more so than I normally get. And more so than I've had for any of the other piles today. I'm just getting like strong intuitive senses about a lot of these cards, which is again just kind of confirming for me that there's a strong spiritual energy here, and it could be coming from your soulmate. And I said they could be like a really like good at spiritual projection or spiritually connecting, and it might not be something that they do intentionally. It could be, it might not be. They could just like be innately very powerful, and you could also be innately very powerful as well, especially if you cultivate a spiritual practice. That could be something that you have in common. It might be one of the reasons why I'm getting like such a strong energy from this pile, when normally it's a little bit more subtle. So I wanted to mention that, and that's also being confirmed for me by the fact that we have this new moon eclipse, which says expect powerful change, and we also have the Magician card, and the Queen of Wands is also a powerful manifestor. So, but this expect powerful change card, in addition to the Magician card, is speaking to me about a very strong spiritual energy. So that would be that was my first impression with this pile. Then I wanted to point out we have the Four of Cups, and the Four of Cups traditionally talks about things like disappointment, disillusionment, boredom. We're not happy with what we have for some reason, and because it's a Cups card, it can talk about being in an unfulfilling emotional space, but also feeling stagnant and kind of stuck there. On the card, there's somebody offering a bowl to the girl on the card, and she's not even looking at it. Like, she's just totally disinterested in what is being offered here. So that could be a clue. If you have been feeling that way lately, this could just be a clue. Like, the initial way I was being called to read this is your soulmate's going to come in and bring that light into your life, because the bowl that's being offered, it has like a rainbow exploding out of it. In a like an otherwise kind of mundane setting in a field somewhere, there's this bowl that has like a rainbow shooting out of it. And I want to draw your attention to the fact that, to me, with the colors on this card, we have like that reddy purple section, and that's very similar to the colors on the Queen of Wands card. And it almost seems like the Magician has been like inserted in between the Four of Cups and the Queen of Wands. And so the way that I would interpret that is there is some powerful spiritual being who has decided to intervene here to ensure that whoever is in this Four of Cups energy of feeling dissatisfied has their Queen of Wands brought to them. And whether that's, we could interpret that as saying like your spirit guides and your soulmate spirit guides are working very hard to bring the two of you together, whether you are being represented by the Queen of Wands or whether you are being represented by the Queen of Swords or whether you're not being represented here at all. There's some spiritual intervention here. That's kind of what I'm being called to say, especially because we have the Four of Cups as our initial energy, and four is it's a number of stability, but it can also talk about being stagnant or stubborn and not wanting to move forward in some way or feeling stuck. And so we have the Four of Cups, and then we also have the Four of Pentacles. So there's some stubborn energy here. And again, like whether that's talking about you or your soulmate or maybe both of you, there might be some resistance coming from someone here about making changes that are going to bring the two of you together, which is what I'm getting is your spirit guides and your guardian angels and maybe another powerful spiritual entity, maybe one of your ancestors, whoever it is, someone is really putting a lot of effort to move the energy along here so that the two of you can come into alignment, because you're meant to be together, and you like your coming together, I think, is going to knock the both of you maybe off balance a little and kind of shock you out of whatever this Four of Cups is, where we're feeling unfulfilled and a little bit stagnant on an emotional level. And it's like with this Magician being here and the fact that it says expect powerful change is telling me things are going to change. Like, this is going to happen for you, whether you put any effort into it or not, because the universe is making it happen here. That's how I'm being called to interpret it. Now, normally, with the appearance of the Magician card, like the first interpretation that came up for me was, this relationship that you have with your soulmate, you might both be trying to manifest this connection. You might both be powerful manifestors. And that could be true. That could be the part of what's going on here. However, when I saw the way the colors were divided and the fact that it says, expect powerful change, I was getting a message that there's someone, one of your spirit, and it could be because you have been trying to manifest the soulmate, and you might have been like doing a lot of work on that, or your soulmate has been doing that work, or you've both been doing that work, and you've kind of galvanized your spiritual team into interceding here and making sure this thing happens for you because you've been manifesting it so hard. If that resonates for you, either way, there's a message here. Like, this is coming towards you. It's coming in because you've actively and purposefully manifested it, or because it's something that your spirit guides really want for you, and they're kind of stepping in and making sure that this happens for you. That's how I'm being called to interpret this here. And either way, it's going to be something that's going to bring a lot of light and color and vibrancy into your life. And I'm also, being with the expect powerful change, it's an eclipse. So there's something dark blocking out the light there. And I think the dark thing's probably a moon, but it's currently blocking the light, which might be why you might feel like you are currently in a Four of Cups energy. It might be hard for you to see the positive, the bright things. You might be kind of losing faith, maybe, that your manifestations are coming in. And this card is just a confirmation for me. They're coming in real fast, real hot, and it's going to be a powerful shift because you have so many, the word popped into you have angels working on your side. They're working for you, and they're going to shift that moon out of the way, and it's going to bring the brightness into your life, and this relationship's going to be, at the very least, very vibrant. Okay, and so I do feel compelled to say this relationship with your soulmate has an intense spiritual component to it, and I also think because there might have been so much spiritual energy that was required to get it moving from a more of like a stubborn or stagnant place. It might be a bit of a slow burn. It might be a bit of a slow roll at first, to get these energies into a place where they're balanced. And the reason I'm saying that is we have the Judge card here, and the Judge card says, balancing justice and compassion, managing the fair distribution of power. And that could be something that maybe you have struggled with in the past, might have been unequal power dynamics in a relationship, or maybe that might have been something that you had to deal with, like family or family of origin issues, or maybe you were in a relationship with somebody who just maybe took advantage, or just there was no equality, no fairness there, and it could have been financial, because we do with the Four of Pentacles card here, which sometimes pops up for people who have experienced financial instability. And with this Judge card might have been due to the actions of somebody else in a way that was not fair to you. You might have felt like you were not getting what you were owed for the work that you put in a financial situation, an emotional situation, whatever it was. That could have been something that you dealt with in the past, and that could have required you to learn how to balance your need for justice and speaking up for having your needs met, and speaking up for yourself and the things that you are owed, that are due to you and that you deserve to get, and making sure that those things are provided for, getting justice for yourself is what I'm saying, advocating for yourself, and being compassionate to other people at the same time. I think there's a real balance here, and that's kind of being, I'm making hand scale motions. You can't see me, but that's what I'm doing. That's why I think there's scales on this card, and I'm kind of seeing a balance between this Queen of Wands and this Queen of Swords. And so I am being called to maybe interpret this as one of these queens represents your soulmate, and the other queen represents you in this situation. In which case, I think it is appropriate. That's not the right word. It makes sense that they're both queens, because it's that is a very equal distribution of power. Queens are on the exact same level, and you're both kind of bringing that into the relationship, and it's being balanced by the Four of Pentacles. Everybody feeling very stable and getting exactly what they need, and getting the exactly right return on investment, if that makes sense. You're putting in the hard work, and you're able to see the result of it. And it's that Four of Pentacles can talk about, I've worked hard for these Four Pentacles, and they're mine, and I'm going to enjoy the fact that I have these Four Pentacles, and I'm not going to let anybody take that away from me. So, of course that could be in an imbalanced way, but I don't think that's the case here. I think it's saying there's going to be a lot of stability because everybody's getting their just due, and there's, I think, an important message here with the new moon in Gemini, which says communication is key. I think that's going to be the key to making sure this relationship is fair and balanced in the way that you both deserve it to be. I think that and I don't think that's going to be a problem in this relationship. I don't think that's like, I'm not seeing necessarily a situation where the two of you are struggling to make the relationship work. I think there might just be like maybe an initial period where things are not necessarily totally hashed out. And then I think that one or the both of you is just going to make it a priority to communicate about it, especially because we have the Queen of Swords here. Queen of Swords is a very, very clear, very good communicator. You know, she makes sure everybody's getting their needs met in that situation, and very clear about, okay, these are my goals. This is what I'm hoping to achieve here. Let's work together to make sure that, you know, that happens. Let's talk about it. Let's figure it out. And so that's obviously a very healthy energy to bring into a relationship. You know, relationships built on healthy communication, and that breeds trust. That builds trust, and that builds intimacy and ability to be vulnerable with each other. And that can create a very healthy relationship and partnership. And so if you would identify as this Queen of Swords, I'm being called that maybe for the majority of you, you might be this Queen of Swords, and then for the other part, maybe the other half, you might be this Queen of Wands. And the Queen of Wands is somebody who is very passionate, charismatic, outgoing, generous, and she, you know, if we're looking at the Judge card, she would be kind of like the compassionate side. Not that the Queen of Swords is not compassionate, but, you know, I would see she would represent that side, and then the Queen of Swords would represent the justice side. And it's balancing the two things. And I think that the Queen of Swords representing air energy and the Queen of Wands representing fire energy it's a great combination. And it might just take a little bit of time in order to figure out how to balance those two energies. So that you can be in a very stable, secure place with the Four of Pentacles. And I am being drawn to an additional interpretation, which could be that maybe these queens do not represent you and then your soulmate. It might represent two aspects of your personality that either both of you have, or this might be like your parts of your soulmate's personality, or if it's resonating with you, it might just be like the two parts of your personality. Just take it however it resonates. But we do have the Gemini card here, which is the twins. So it talks about like a duality, and it can sometimes talk about like different personality traits that are present in the same person. Like having two sides, a dual side. And then we have the scales, which is about having two sides that are balanced. You know, they work together. They communicate. Communication is key. So, again, just take that however it resonates. Either way, I don't think that this is going to be a relationship where you're going to struggle at all. I just think I'm being called to two important things, which are the fact that there is some sort of spiritual intervention here, with the Magician card being stuck like in the middle of the Four of Cups and the Queen of Wands. Like your spirit guides or some other spiritual entity, maybe a powerful angel, someone or some creature is reaching in to make sure that the two of you come together, and it's going to shift something for you that's going to bring a lot of energy and vibrancy towards you, and it's also going to be a very stable, balanced, equal relationship where both people are communicating in a very healthy and honest way, and it's going to be a lot of fun. The Queen of Wands is a very fun person, so I could see the both of you having that energy in your personality. And so I'm going to talk about possible zodiac signs. We do have a lot of air energy. We have the scales on the Judge card, which can be related to Libra. We have Gemini on the new moon in Gemini. And we also have the Queen of Swords, which is associated with air, so that could be Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. And then we have the Queen of Wands. Wands is associated with fire, so that would be Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. And then we have a good spread of the different suits. We also have the Four of Cups, which is associated with water signs, the Four of Pentacles, which is associated with earth signs. And so, you know, just take that however it resonates. And I mean, you could be an air sign, you could be a fire sign. The cards here could be about those different aspects of your personality. Maybe you're an air sign with a lot of fire in your chart. Maybe you're a fire sign with a lot of air in your chart. Or that could be your soulmate. Those could be their prominent placements in their chart. So again, just take that however it resonates. And with that said, I'm going to move into the second part of your reading, which is going to be about what your soulmate loves about you. Okay, pile 4. So I want to say at the top of the reading, I apologize if I jump all over the place again. I'm just getting a lot of downloads, and I don't want to forget to say anything. So please just bear with me. And so I want to start up top with your chakra wisdom cards here. And the first card we have is complacency. And I would say that this card is probably related to that Four of Cups we were seeing in the previous part of your reading. And the way that I was being called to interpret that is this soulmate's going to come in as a way to get you out of that complacent energy. And so this could just be a confirmation from your soulmate that you might have been in that energy of complacency. Maybe either I'm seeing maybe when they met you, or you could have been like just coming out of that. There could be some change. Something might have what am I saying? Might be a catalyst. There might be a catalyst in your life. You might have some sort of a tower moment. It might not be that dramatic, but it could be some sort of tower moment, some sort of significant event might happen for you, and that might shock you out of a place of complacency with that Four of Cups. And it could be like not something, I'm not saying that the complacency is necessarily something bad or that you should feel ashamed or bad about, because I think we've all kind of been in that Four of Cups energy before, and it can be really hard to get out of that. You know, it's very easy to be confused about how do I don't see a way out of where I currently am, you know, and so I could understand being in that energy. And I think that your soulmate can too. And the good news is that's not the end of the story here. It really is. This is just the beginning of the story here. So if you identify as currently being in that Four of Cups energy, I think that the cards here are telling me you're not going to stay there forever, and you're probably going to get out of it fairly soon. And then the other thing that I'm being called to relay is for some people, I think that our soulmates come in when we are already at a very highly evolved, high vibrational level, and we've kind of gone through a lot of karmic cycles and learned a lot of lessons, maybe had to learn the same lesson multiple times, and like get to a place where we're just vibrating a very high frequency, and then our spirit guides will bring us together. I'm getting kind of a different energy. I think that your soulmate's going to come in at a time when you might just be getting to like the middle of a cycle. They might come in to help you deal with something major that might be happening in your life, some major shift or major change, or a major transition you might be going through, which would make sense with the cards that we had in the last part of the reading, and it would make sense with the cards that I'm seeing here. So either way, that's why I think this complacency card is here. I think that there's something related to your root chakra, your like foundational base, maybe like your core beliefs, is just kind of being a little stubborn. And I want to say I just saw 255 on the clock, and 55 is a number about change. You know, that's 5 is the number that portends change. We had expect powerful change. So again, I am getting the message that you know, whether you're trying to manifest it or not, there's some major change or shift is going to happen for you probably fairly soon. And I would take that as confirmation from Spirit that that's what this card is talking about, and that's what's in the cards for you. So moving on, we have the Joy card, and I think that this, you know, might be a simple and very sweet message from your soulmate saying that you're going to come together and bring a lot of joy and light into each other's lives. I think that they see you as being like a source of joy for them. And whether or not you would consider yourself to be a quote unquote joyful person, I think the two of you together are going to have such a fulfilling relationship, and it's going to be fun. And I think you're going to create joyful moments together, and you're going to be a source of joy for each other. You're going to like bring joy into each other's lives. So, and I also want to say this card's connected with the solar plexus chakra, which can talk about like will and determination and putting our words into actions and things like that. It's kind of like our ability to get stuff done. And so the fact that it's a solar plexus card is connected to the word joy might also be saying that something that they admire about you is your ability to cultivate joy, like find joy in everyday moments, like pick up a daisy or look at a daisy and see that as something to feel joyful about, that the universe could have created something so beautiful. And that would also, for me, be connected to this archetype card that says child nature. You could be somebody who is very connected to nature. I would say with this card coming up, there might be some spirit guides coming through here saying that you have nature spirits around you. And that could be whether or not you consider yourself to be somebody very connected to nature. This could also be an urging from your spirit guides. I'm sorry, I know I'm jumping around. To maybe get out in nature and try and connect with nature could also be helpful if you are feeling a little bit disconnected from your root chakra, if you might be feeling a little bit ungrounded, especially if you're going through some sort of change or transition in your life right now. It might be a good idea to try to connect to nature. I know it can be hard. I live in a big city and I'm surrounded by concrete, and I live in an apartment building. It can be hard to feel connected to nature. Something that I found helpful has been even just sitting on a wood floor and just like connecting to the feel of the wood, or taking a bath and then like connecting to the flow of the water, because those things are still natural even though they're in, you know, a kind of man-made environment, to put it that way. So just whatever that means for you, that might be something that might help you here. And if you do identify somebody who's very, very naturally like connected to nature, might be someone who's very like an animal lover. This card also says friendships with animals. You might be somebody who really loves animals, and you might have a lot of pets or might want a lot of pets. And if you do, that's something that the soulmate also really wants and also really loves. This might be a shared interest or a shared hobby that the two of you have. Maybe you like going hiking or camping or just spending time out in nature. And if so, that's something that your soulmate loves about you. And if not, then this could just be your spirit guides taking the opportunity, or your soulmate's higher self taking the opportunity to come in and say, it might be a good idea to spend some time in nature, especially if you're struggling with, I'm being called to the root chakra. Could also be related to your heart chakra, because this card is green. Obviously nature associated with the color green, it's also associated with the heart chakra. So whatever you're going through, if you're struggling with something, that could just be an additional message there. So I'm going to go back to the wisdom card. And this card talks about a couple of things. The first thing that always pops into my head when this card comes out is the wisdom of our elders. And that could be like a literal elder, could be maybe somebody in your family or your social group who may be in a position of authority or might be older than you, who might be in like a mentorship position with you, might be able to give you some advice or some guidance. It could represent your spirit guides, or it could be representing if spirit is trying to get in contact with you, or there is maybe an ancestor who's with you in spirit, or it might be a nature spirit, just if there is an entity or a being or a spirit who's trying to connect with you, you could be able to, what am I trying to say? You could be able to connect with them through your heart chakra, through doing work on your heart and trying to open up your heart space. And maybe doing like meditations on your heart chakra and trying to do work around worthiness and vulnerability are the two things that are coming into my mind. If that resonates for you. It could also be about taking wisdom from nature, because there is some sage bushes on this card, and we do have a lot of nature imagery. There's flowers everywhere, and I'm seeing that in a lot of the cards. So again, take that however it resonates. There's also a message with this card about avoiding complacency and following our heart and kind of accepting the wisdom of our heart and our innate knowing about what is working for us, and the fact that sometimes we need to move on from something that is not fulfilling, even if it's scary or painful to go through that kind of change, because change is inevitable. Change is a constant in life, and things are going to change. The world's going to change, whether we're directing the course of our life or if we're taking a passive role. It's good. Things are going to change regardless. So there might be a message when this card comes out about needing to identify what's working for you and identify what's no longer working for you, and maybe take some actions towards letting go and releasing the things that are not working anymore, and accepting that as wisdom from the universe about what is meant for you and what is not meant for you. So again, I'm kind of reading this as advice. However, this could just be something that you have been working on. Like, that could be something that you've really put a lot of work and time and energy into already. And that could be something that that your soulmate just really finds very attractive about you, and very, it might draw them into you. You could be somebody who has a lot of innate wisdom and really follows your heart, and that could be something that your soulmate really admires. So I want to throw that out there. And then with this child magical card, I have so much I want to say right now that I'm struggling to get the words out. First of all, this card, I would say, is probably connected to the joy card. The words on the card are seeing the potential for sacred beauty in all things, the belief that everything is possible. And if you don't currently feel that way, I think that might be part of the shift that's going to happen for you, is learning how to find joy in the simple beauty all around you, the sacred beauty all around you. And the belief that everything is possible might come from being pushed out of this complacency phase, whether that's something that you are doing intentionally, or if there is some sort of tower moment that comes in and kind of forces that change. However it happens, it might lead you to like a realization that that you can do anything. And that is, again, why I'm connecting it to the joy card, is because that's the solar plexus. I can and I will. That's kind of the basic message of the solar plexus. And I'm seeing that reflected here. And I would also connect this card to the crown chakra. We do have a child magical, right? And so there's maybe a belief or a faith here in the magical side to the universe, and a connection to the crown chakra, which is about, our connection with the magical part of the universe, and our spirit guides, and like getting spiritual downloads. They come in through the crown chakra. And so again, even if you're not currently feeling that way, this might be Spirit's way of saying this is what's coming in towards you. And we do have 2 child cards as your archetype cards. We have child magical and child nature. So if this is helpful advice for you, there might be some need to reconnect or start to heal your inner child. And I'm seeing when you are with your soulmate, that might be something that they help you with, or it could be something that they can witness in real time, you healing your inner child. And that's something that I'm getting the sense that they're very impressed by your ability to do that and by your willingness to do that. And there's a lot of heart chakra energy here. So there is, like, I think one of the things your soulmate loves is your connection to your heart and to a deeper compassion. And having compassion for yourself in whatever situation is going on here, your willingness to follow your heart and also to heal your heart from whatever has happened in your life. So that's what I'm seeing with this card. And then I want to also say, as soon as I saw your Starseed card, I was like, okay, I understand why there's so much strong spiritual energy here, because this card says double mission, light worker, starseed, serve the world by being you. And I think that's, it'll be confirmation for me that you are both a light worker and a starseed. And that could also be true for your soulmate, because it's a double mission. And that's, the word double is also driving me back towards the Gemini. There's something more going on here than just one person's energy, than just one aspect of a personality, than just one thing. It's like, it's a layered thing. There's a double mission here for you as both a light worker and a starseed, if that resonates for you. And you can serve the world just by being you. And I would see that also being connected with the wisdom card and the joy card. It's following our heart, accepting the things that are meant for us, accepting our place in the world, accepting the fact that things are going to change, and making the choice to find joy in the things that are representative of the sacred beauty of the world, and being able to find magic in a world that might have been difficult and hard for us when we were younger. And finding the magic in nature too, and finding our connection to the natural world. And just by doing that and really connecting with our heart space, we are helping other people. Just by doing that, because we can, first of all, lead by example, live by example, and also when we are connecting with ourselves in an authentic way, we can, what's the word? We share that just by existing. Like, we don't even really need to make a conscious effort to share our light with other people, although that is a great thing to do, and you are certainly being encouraged to do that. Even if we don't do that intentionally, we are still sharing our light with other people just by existing in the same space. So I just want to say that there is a message connected to that, I think, here. And so again, this is supposed to be about what your soulmate loves about you. I'm also just getting a lot of advice, and I think that might be related to the fact that I'm seeing in the cards here, you might be in a place here where you're struggling a little bit, or feeling unfulfilled, or feeling like you're losing your faith. And this might be your spirit guides taking the opportunity to kind of hijack the reading and give you some additional confirmation, some reassurances here. They're always with you. The figure on this double mission card is surrounded by spirit. They have a very active crown chakra, so being brought back to the crown chakra. And so, whether you've been trying to manifest or not, whether you've been actively trying to connect with your spirit guides or not, they are still always with you. You are always divinely protected. You are always being divinely guided. You are exactly where you are supposed to be. And your spirit guides are working very hard to bring you into union with this soulmate. And so if you have been feeling like you are starting to get anxious or lose hope, or saying, I've done all this manifestation work, where's my person? They're coming in. Your spiritual team, their spiritual team are working very hard to bring the two of you into alignment so that this person can come into your life. And I'm seeing that they are going to come in at a time when it's, you're still might be in the middle of doing some shadow work or some dealing with something. It's not that you're going to be way at the end of the cycle of healing before this person comes into your life. I think they're going to come in when you're just starting to connect to these joy and wisdom cards here. That's kind of what I'm seeing, and I think that's why maybe this is coming up as the things that your soulmate loves about you, because this is, to me, is speaking about a lot about the beginning of your relationship with your soulmate, and it could be that the rest is a story that's still waiting to be told. It's still waiting to unfold, and your soulmate might not want to ruin the surprise for you about how amazing your relationship is going to be. You bring the joy and light into each other's lives. It's going to be a very magical connection here, and they're taking this opportunity. It's either your soulmate's higher self, your spirit guides, a mixture of both. Whatever energy I'm connecting to here is taking this opportunity to give you a little bit of extra advice, a little bit of an ego boost, and to also tell me, with the story of these tarot cards down here, there's a specific narrative that I'm getting here. And when these cards came out, I said I love this, because it's, I'm hearing the story of how you're going to get from the 5 of Swords to the 6 of Swords. And it looks like a beautiful story. So, and I think this is just a snapshot of the beginning of your relationship with your soulmate. I'm gonna explain what I mean, but I wanted to explain why I think these cards are the ones that came out, because I think that your soulmate also wants to reassure you that they're coming towards you, and they're gonna come in. You're gonna have a beautiful relationship. You're gonna create a home together, and it's the kind of relationship where when you're with your soulmate, you're home. It doesn't matter where your house is, and I think that's really going to help you get to a place where you're ready to move on from whatever has happened. in the past. So I just think that your soulmate's kind of taking the opportunity to say, okay, like I could kind of spill the I want to say beans and tea at the same time. I could spill the bean tea and tell you that this is exactly here are all your personality traits that I love about you. This is exactly what our relationship is going to be like. Your soulmate's taking an opportunity to say, don't worry, I'm coming in, don't worry. Here's the timeline of the events that are going to happen, and then I'm going to come in, and then we can move on to the next part of our lives together. That's what I'm being called to say. I think they're taking the opportunity to reassure you here. So we have the Five of Swords as your first card, and 5 is a number that talks about change, as I said, and we had expect powerful change. There's some sort of change. Something's being shaken up here. And again, it's like, regardless of whatever actions you take or don't take, this change is coming. And the Five of Swords specifically talks about victory at a cost. So it could be a situation where, or it's like, what have I done? Like, how much have I been willing to sacrifice here in order to get what I wanted or my perceived best outcome here? It could be a situation where, due to whatever's going on in your life, whatever the specific circumstances are, you might have been forced to take an action that felt like a sacrifice. It might have felt like too much of a sacrifice. It could be a situation where you are surrounded by people who are very combative or argumentative or toxic or very difficult. And it could be, maybe if you were in that Four of Cups energy, they might be trying to force you to change in some way, or you might be trying to make a change and they could be resistant to that idea and might be coming at you about that. And it could be because when this card comes out, it's negative. There, a lot of the tarot cards have both a positive and a negative interpretation, or they're like strictly neutral, or it's, if it's upright, it's a positive interpretation. If it's reversed, it's usually a negative interpretation. This Five of Swords card, I almost never interpret it in a positive way, and it talks about conflict. It talks about interpersonal conflict, people saying like mean and terrible things. It talks about a competition that is way too intense and very cutthroat. It talks about people being willing to do anything to get to the top. I don't know if you can see on the card, there's somebody behind, there's a figure on the card who looks like he's kind of holding his head in regret. There's a figure behind who has climbed a mountain. They're standing victoriously at the top of a mountain, and there's blood on the mountain. So it's like, it's almost like a kind of, what have I done sort of energy, or what have I had to deal with sort of energy. And so again, like I don't really have the context to give details about what's going on in this situation. I'm seeing the change in the number 5 and the conflict of the fact that it's the Five of Swords. There's some sort of conflict, probably interpersonal conflict happening here. And the good news is that whatever it is that has happened there, that might have felt like you had to pay too steep of a price in some way, is going to lead you to being in a place where you're ready to open your heart space. And maybe not to the people you're dealing with in the Five of Swords, but it is going to help you reconnect with your heart space, because we have the Ace of Cups next. And the Ace of Cups talks about opening up our heart space, being open to new emotional connections and a new beginning in love. That's kind of what it talks about. And so that's what I would interpret this to be saying. You're going to go through something probably painful and difficult with the Five of Swords, and it's going to lead you to a place where you are ready to start something new on an emotional level. And I can see this person on the card cradling the cup in front of their heart with great care and treating it like it's something precious, and kind of using their hands to block out any kind of negative energy while still sharing their light. And I think that might be talking about, you might be learning how to cultivate joy, accept the wisdom in your heart and from other people, and still maintain healthy boundaries, not making sure that you're not going to be in a situation again where you are in this Five of Swords. And so I see that as a a net positive thing, in the progression that I'm seeing here. And I think opening up that heart space and opening yourself up on an emotional level to new connections is going to help bring you to a place where you are much more willing to understand and assert a fair and balanced exchange, which is what I'm seeing with the Six of Pentacles here. Six of Pentacles can talk about a give and take, like an exchange of energy. It can talk about an exchange of money. And there can be kind of a dual message here of, it could be talking about an equal exchange or a need for an equal exchange. There's an infinity symbol on the card. Or it could talk about an unbalanced exchange, and that might be, and it might not necessarily be negative. There's a message with this card sometimes about giving to charity, or receiving something from somebody who's just being generous with us, and that's not, it's a neutral message in and of itself. But it could, the way I'm interpreting this is, because you are both opening and protecting your heart on the Ace of Cups, you are in a place where you are recognizing what you need and making sure that you are getting what you need in a fair and balanced exchange. The word that came into my head was committing to that, like making sure that justice is served, because we did have the Judge card with the scales, and that's kind of, it's bringing me back to the first part of the reading about like a fair, balanced, equal power dynamic, and that being something that's very important to you, and something that I think you are learning how to prioritize. You know your worth, and you know other people, you can exercise compassion while also exercising self-compassion and making sure that everybody in the situation is having their needs met, including you. So that's how I would interpret that. That's the Six of Pentacles becoming a priority for you. And then, and I will talk about the numbers in a second. And then it's the next card we have is the Lovers. And I was, this card coming out, I was both surprised and not surprised to see it, because we did have the Lovers card come out, I think, for pile 1 as well, and in the exact same position too. However, their reading was very different. The way I'm being called to read this is, once you open up your heart space, after whatever happens with Five of Swords, is going to lead you to being in a place where you are ready to start again on a different emotional level, in a different way. That's going to help open you up to new connections. Maybe you are becoming more connected with nature and listening to your spirit guides and cultivating joy and looking for the magical parts of the world, being very connected with your crown chakra. However that resonates for you, it's also combined with a very practical examination of the balance in a relationship, making sure that everything is fair and equally balanced, and everyone is bringing the same thing to the table in equal amounts. It's a fair partnership, and that, I'm not just talking about romantic relationships, I'm talking about like in all aspects of life, making sure the scales are balanced in all aspects of life, that we're getting what we need, and that other people are also getting what they need from us. And I think that's a very healthy, great energy to be in, and it's very attractive. And what I'm hearing is that that's going to be the time when your soulmate comes in. That's what I'm being called to say about the Lovers card. I think this is directly related to a timeline where the Ace of Cups and Six of Pentacles is going to bring your lover, your soulmate in. And this card, this Lovers card, is red. And the red, it could also be orange with sacral, could be very strong chemistry here. I definitely get that sense. However, I'm being drawn to the idea that it's red, which is connected to the root chakra, which again is giving me that message that wherever we are, as long as we're together, we're home. Like, we're finding a home in each other, and we don't need to worry about where our physical house is, because we've found each other. And it's this card's speaking to me about two people who are drawn together like a magnetic force. And that could be something, maybe the word that just popped into my head is mirrored energy. There could be a lot of mirrored energy here, and maybe that's why I'm not necessarily having an easy time differentiating, what is your soulmate's energy here, what is your energy here. I'm having a hard time differentiating. There could be a lot of mirrored energy here. We did have the Gemini in that part of the reading, and it could be that you just have a very similar energy that could draw the two of you together like a magnet. Like you just immediately recognize each other and the power of your connection. That's kind of what I'm getting here. And there could be, I am being called to look at the image on this card. It could be a clue that even though you might be like, or your souls might be like mirror images of each other, there could be some physical differences between the two of you. There's like a height difference between these two people on the cards. They look like they could be from different races, might have different skin colors. Whatever it is, the message I'm getting from this card is that it's just a superficial difference, because your souls will immediately be drawn to each other, and it's just, you're just gonna like come together, and it will probably be pretty fiery and passionate and very intimate. That's what I'm also getting from the colors on this card. So I wanted to share that, and the message that this is going to come in a period of your time when you've just been through something very difficult, and you've decided to not let that shut off your heart. You've decided, no, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to make sure to keep my heart open with healthy boundaries, and making sure that the next relationship I have is going to be very equal and balanced with lots of healthy, open communication. And that's going to bring your soulmate in towards you. And then that's going to help you get from the Five of Swords to the Six of Swords, where you are ready to move on from whatever happened in the Five of Swords. The Six of Swords as a card talks about transitions, moving from one phase of life to the next, and finally being ready and willing and able to let go of the hurt and pain that happened in the Five of Swords, so that we can move on to whatever the next phase of our life is. And I am being drawn to the birds on this card, on the Six of Swords. Birds can represent spiritual messengers, specifically ravens can represent spiritual messengers. And I was getting a lot of those messages. You have nature spirits around you. I'm seeing spirits on the double mission card. I'm seeing spirits on the wisdom card. You have so much spiritual support, and you're going to have physical, real support in the real world. Not that spiritual support isn't real, but you're going to have you're going to have material support in the material plane from your soulmate. That's what I'm trying to say. And you're just going to have, and because you have all this support and love, and you're building a new foundation for yourself, you're going to be in a place where you're like, okay, I'm ready to move forward. I'm ready to move on to whatever the next phase is with your soulmate. So again, I know it's not terribly prophetic about exactly what your relationship with this person is going to be like. And I think that is intentional on the part of your soulmate. Like, they're doing that intentionally because they want to give you a message of reassurance that they're going to come in, they're going to help you with whatever you're dealing with. And then, the numbers. So we do have a progression. We're starting with the Five of Swords, we're ending at the Six of Swords. And all the stuff that's happening in between, I would see, is helping you get from the Five of Swords to the Six of Swords. It's like a progression. And we also have 5, which is the number of change, and then we have the Six of Pentacles, 6, which is the Lover's card's number 6, and then the Six of Swords. So we have 3 sixes in a row, and that's clarifying, or not confirming for me the idea that home is where your soulmate is, and I don't mean that in like a codependent way where it's like you always need to be around them, you always need to be attached at the hip. You can still both be very independent people. The Queen of Wands and the Queen of Swords they both have an independent side. They're not codependent. This isn't like okay, sorry about that. This isn't in like an unhealthy way. It's in a very interdependent way. It's like I don't need to feel insecure about my place in the world or my sense of belonging, because my soulmate could even be on the other side of the world, but I know that they're there, and just absolutely knowing that they exist on this plane of existence and they're here and we're in a loving relationship together is helping me stay grounded. It's help. That's what I kind of the feeling I'm getting here, and it could also be 666 could be an angel number for you or a synchronicity. You could be seeing lots of sixes, and there's other places you could see repeating numbers. So I just wanted to mention that because we do have 3 6s in a row, and 6 can also talk about harmony, home, the family, or domestic life, and things like that. So that's why I'm kind of bringing it up, and there could be a way to say, this the change with the 5 of Swords is going to lead to a new sense of harmony in a domestic sense, possibly because we've come into union with our soulmate. So that's what I'm seeing here for you, pile 4. So with that said, I am going to move on to the final part of your reading today, which is going to be clues about how, when, and where you might come into union with your soulmate. Okay, pile 4. So here we have the final part of your reading, which is just some additional clues about how, when, and where you might come into contact with your soulmate or union with your soulmate, and maybe some additional zodiac signs and important numbers. So right off the bat, I'm seeing a lot of earth energy here. We have a Capricorn, we have Virgo. I'm pretty sure both the Hierophant and the Empress are associated with Taurus. And then we have 2 Pentacles cards, which are both associated with earth signs. So could be a lot of earth energy. Could be your soulmate might be an earth sign, or you might be an earth sign, or have a lot of earth placements. I'm seeing all 3 earth signs here. So, take that however it resonates. We also have Cancer, and we have the star is associated with Aquarius, which is an air sign, and then Cancer would be a water sign. Again, take that however it resonates. And then we do have the numbers that I rolled here are 3, 10, and 3. And then we also have, we have a lot of repeated numbers in this reading. We have 17 on the star, 5 on the Hierophant, and then we have 3 on the Empress and the 3 of Pentacles, and then the Ace of Pentacles, which would be 1. So again, these could be numbers that are significant to this relationship. We have, I think it's interesting that we have 2 3s in the tarot card and then 2 3s on the dice, because 3 is the third sign of the zodiac is Gemini, which is the twins, which we also saw at the beginning of the reading. And I was picking up that kind of like mirrored energy. So, these 3s are beside each other. So, again, that could just be confirmation about the kind of like mirrored energy here. And with these cards here, I am getting the sense that, and I was, getting the sense of the last part of the reading that, as if like one or probably the both of you are very powerful spirit workers, spiritually connected master manifestors, very connected to the crown chakra, very connected to spirit. I'm seeing that with the star and the Hierophant. I think that even if you don't identify someone who's highly spiritual, it's just an innate gift. That's kind of what I'm being told, because we do have the confirmation about being a light worker and a starseed and having like a double mission and having like that energy twice of being like connected to spirit in more than one way. And I would definitely see that being reflected in these cards here. So I would just take that as an additional confirmation if that resonates for you. So I am going to go card by card. So we have the full moon in Capricorn, which says the end of a tough cycle approaches. And I would take that as connected to that 5 of Swords card. And the idea I was getting that your soulmate's going to come in at a time when you're just getting out of a tough situation. Because we have this, it's a full moon card, and then we have 2 new moon cards coming after it. So it's like we're ending something so that we can start something new. And we have the new moon in Cancer, which says you and your loved ones are safe. So I would take that as confirmation that it's like just extra reassurance. Whatever you're going through in this tough cycle, in this Five of Swords that's happening for you. It might put you into a Four of Cups energy briefly, or that could have been coming from your soulmate. Either way, there's nothing to worry about. You and your loved ones are safe. You're being divinely protected. You're being divinely guided. I would just take this as like your soulmate taking the opportunity to give you some extra reassurance. I'm getting the impression your soulmate really is very compassionate and loving and really wants to reassure you a lot, and kind of put your fears to rest. Like they're sending a lot of messages here about like they're I'm like, can I get some information about you, and they're like, well, just tell my soulmate that everything's going to be okay, so they just love you so much, and it's a really just deep, genuine, authentic, very intimate sort of love. And because your souls are so connected. That's kind of what I'm getting. And then we have a time to give rather than take with the new moon in Virgo. And I want to say, something I forgot. Sorry, I'm jumping around again, but this is the way that I read cards. So with the Cancer is also very family oriented, and has kind of a emphasis on domestic life. And so I would associate it with all those sixes that we had in the last part of the reading, and that connection to finding a home in each other. I think that there could also be like an additional connection there. So I wanted to kind of throw that in there. If you feel like whatever was happening in the Five of Swords, not if you feel like, if whatever was happening with the Five of Swords is related to family, and it might have shaken your foundation in some way, it might have made you feel uprooted, or like your root chakra had been blocked in some way. I'm getting that from you and your loved ones are safe. You're going to find a family in your soulmate. If whatever happened was about your family or your family of origin, you are going to find a new family with your soul. Like it's good. Your partnership with your soulmate is going to be a form of family, and that the two of you together are also going to find a soul family. And so I wanted to add that interpretation. Again, this reading's turning into something other than what I had intended, but these messages are the ones that want to come out. So I'm just calling them like I see them. And then we have a time to give rather than take. And the way that I would interpret this is being related to the kind of self-care, setting healthy boundaries message of the Ace of Cups, because Virgo is associated with things like self-care, taking care of our physical body. There's this Virgo figure has a flower crown, so there's a connection to nature there, grounding ourselves in nature. There's a connection to the heart chakra with the color on the card, and there's also a connection, I think, with the Six of Pentacles, making sure that there's a balanced exchange of energies. And I think that specifically in relation to our reading here, this is saying it's a time to give to yourself rather than take from yourself to give to other people. Does that make sense? There's a message with this card about needing to fill up our own cup first before we can help fill other people's cups. And there could also be, a message that by learning to do that, we will be in a place where we are able to be generous with other people, with our energy and our time, because we will have enough for ourselves, make sure our own needs are met, and that we are able to share that light with other people. So that could be the message here. And I also want to say before I forget, the blue on the Cancer card, I would associate with the throat. There's a throat chakra. So I'm having trouble communicating, but there's a message here with the throat chakra. So there could be that something that popped into my head was, it could be maybe whatever you're dealing with the Five of Swords involves having to speak up for yourself. And this is, again, just reassurance that no matter what you need to do to make sure that you are prioritizing yourself in this situation, whatever you might need to speak up about, this is just reassurance that everything's going to be okay. And that you and your loved ones are safe, you're protected, and you're loved always. Always. So I don't know if you needed to hear that, but if you did, that's what's coming through. And then the Star card. This card is my favorite card in this deck. I absolutely love it. And the message of this card is hope, healing, and inspiration. And I definitely would see that as something that you were working on at the time when your soulmate, when you come into union with your soulmate. That's definitely something I could see you cultivating. It might be a time when you feel very spiritually connected, like the figure on this card, you know, she's kind of like releasing her hopes and dreams into the universe and having faith that her manifestations are going to come in. So it is, I think, also reassurance from your spirit guides, you know, that they're listening, they have your back, they're working really hard on it, and you don't need to worry. You and your loved ones are safe. And the colors on this card are associated with the crown chakra and the third eye chakra, so our connection to spirit, and then a little bit of that solar plexus with the bright yellow light there. So doing whatever we can to help spirit and the universe bring us into alignment with the things that are meant for us, if that makes sense. So I think it's just a message about hope. And then it could also be the number 17. It could be the 17th of a month that is significant to this connection. Or it could be Aquarius season, because this card is associated with Aquarius, which would be January, February. So just take that however it resonates. And then we have the Hierophant. And the Hierophant can talk about higher learning. It can talk about institutions, traditions, figuring out our path forward, maybe following a predefined path. It could be, you could be maybe going back to school, pursuing higher learning, discovering something new. It could be if you have not previously been into spirituality, this could represent discovering spirituality and then learning about it, like taking steps to learn about like how to connect with spirit guides or how to read tarot cards or something like that. So it could be that is something that you might be learning something new or studying something new when you meet your soulmate, or it could be some other type of institution or traditional space. You know, to take that however it resonates. And it could, I think that there's also a connection with the crown chakra with this card, with the colors here, and the fact that I think the person on the card is having the time of their life meditating here. And so it could be, again, just an additional message from spirit that you are very spiritually connected and your manifestations are working. And if you haven't been working on manifestation, or that's not something that you're interested in, it doesn't matter, because spirit has your back, the universe has your back regardless. So that's their additional message there. I'm sorry if you can hear my cat. He's upset because I closed the door. So, he's a cat. So, but I will give him some love after this reading. So the Hierophant is also, as I said, I believe it's associated with Taurus. And we do have the number 5, which is the month of May, which is Taurus season. Taurus season's, I think, the end of April, beginning of May. And so that could be significant to this connection. 5 is also associated with Leo because of the 5th sign of the zodiac. And 5 is the number of change. So there could be an additional confirmation that there could be some change coming in for you at the level of maybe a tradition or an institution. Might be something that you are needing to walk away from, or that might be kind of shifting in some way. And then we have the Empress, which is number 3, which is another set of the 3s that we have here. And so 3 could be associated with Gemini. It could be associated with the month of March. And the Empress I would also associate with springtime. It represents the divine feminine and our connection with our inner feminine, regardless of your gender. So this could be talking about a time when you are really stepping into your divine feminine energy, really embracing your feminine side. Either way, it's a very attractive energy to be in, and it could be at a time when we've kind of given our hopes and dreams to the universe. We're having faith that they're going to come in for us, and we're kind of like in a little bit more of a passive energy, saying like, I have faith. The things that are meant for me are going to come in for me. I've created, I'm co-creating with the universe. That's a good way to put it. That's kind of what I would take from the Empress card being here. And I wanted it, like, there is an association with fertility and birth and nature. So again, that would bring me to maybe springtime, which is, March is technically in the spring. It's like the end of winter, beginning of spring. So just take that however it resonates. And then we do have the Three of Pentacles. And the Three of Pentacles is like the dream work makes the teamwork card. Like it's a no, it's teamwork makes the dream work. That's it. I got it. But so it talks to me about like coworkers, work situations, maybe employees, collaborating with people in a work environment. Because Pentacles is about, about finances, the material world, working on projects together. And we can see on the card, these three people are kind of like weaving a tapestry together. So they're working together towards a common goal. So it could be that you are going to meet your soulmate through work or through working on a project, or if you're collaborating with someone, or if that doesn't resonate with you at all and that's not something that is relevant to you, it could just be saying that maybe that's going to be a dynamic in your relationship with your soulmate. It could be that you do end up working on something together, or it could just be talking about the two of you weaving a life together, building a beautiful relationship together. And then we have the Ace of Pentacles, so it could also be, when at a time in your life when you might be starting something new, embarking on a new project, starting a new job, trying something different. And I want to say we have the Ace of Pentacles here. We also had the Ace of Cups in the last part of the reading. So there's a lot of messages here about changing some major shift going on, and then starting something new. We have two new moons, and then we had two aces. So it's the start of something new that's very related and connected to when your soulmate is going to come into your life. And it could, I'm being drawn to the interpretation again that it could be that the two of you decide to start something together. And I want to say, I did talk about the three. There's also the Ace, which could be associated with January, which is also Aquarius season. However, the only suits that we have here on the tarot cards are Pentacles, and Pentacles are slow moving. So it could be the case that it might take a while for you and your soulmate to come together. Like, with these, like, I hate to say it, but, it could come in sooner depending on your circumstances. I don't know what the details are here, how far along you are on the journey from the Five of Swords to the Six of Swords. It might apply to you differently, to your situation differently. It could be a situation where we're dealing with 1 to 3 months. It could be a situation where we're dealing with 1 to 3 years. So only take that if it resonates. I feel compelled to say Pentacles are the slowest moving suit, and they're the only suit that we have here. However, there is a lot of very powerful energy here. We have 3 major arcana right off the bat. And I was seeing in the beginning part of your reading, you have some sort of spiritual entity or just both of your spiritual teams working extremely hard to bring the two of you together. So it could just be saying, once you... I'm getting another interpretation. It could just be saying that, I was going to say, once the two of you get together, these Pentacles are just talking about how committed you're going to be to each other, because Pentacles talks about commitment. The other interpretation that popped into my head is it could be this connection could be coming towards you very soon and very fast, like coming in a very powerful way. This is a very powerful energy. And it could be coming at a time when you are very focused on work, because we have the Three of Pentacles, co-workers, Ace of Pentacles, starting a new project. It could be you're very focused on your work or your career, starting a new project, collaborating with people. You might have a lot on your plate at the time, and the universe is still going to bring the two of you together regardless. So I do want to say that. I did want to bring up that it could be a slower moving thing. However, there's a lot of very powerful energy here, and I'm getting the sense that the universe is trying to bring the two of you together. And then I did already talk about threes on this dice. It could be that 33 might be an important number to your connection. It might be a synchronicity that you see a lot. If you look at the clock and it's always like 1:33, 2:33, 3:33, like that could be a synchronicity that you see a lot before you come into union with your person. And then we also have the number 10, which is associated with Capricorn, and we do have the full moon in Capricorn. And again, that's another earth sign, so there's lots of earth energy here. Just take that however it resonates. And 10 could also be talking about October. So if we are going with the idea that it could be up to a year from now, then it could be that it's going to be next October, that from the time when I'm posting this video in November. So, you know, it just, again, just take whatever resonates for you. And with all of that said, I want to say pile 4, I know, like, this is the pile where, you know, it feels to me like you might be going through some stuff. I want to say there's lots of reassurance here from Spirit that you're going to be okay. And I feel like I just felt really compelled to share that message of reassurance and love. You are loved. You are so loved by your spirit guides, by your soulmate, and they're working very hard. Everyone in this situation is working very hard to make sure that the two of you are in alignment so that you can come together. And I think that's beautiful. I'm very happy that that's happening for you, because it seems like you have been through some tough things in the past. So don't worry. This relationship is coming in for you. With that said, I do hope that you enjoyed this video. If you did enjoy it, please give it a like. That really helps me out. Feel free to comment down below and let me know how it resonated for you. And if you have any ideas for future videos, I'd love to hear that. You can feel free to subscribe to my channel if you would like to see more videos from me. The next one's probably just going to be some messages from spirit guides, because I love doing these soulmate videos, but they're very time consuming and they take a lot of energy because I'm usually channeling for a while. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in my next one.